Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. Shall we start?
Yes, sir.
My screen is
Yes,
visible
sir.
to everyone?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Yes, sir. Visible, sir.
Okay.
Good morning.
See, this model is yet another important model about the implementation framework, right? It comes under implementation framework. 7S, it's also called as a 7S framework. So this 7S framework was framed by several authors by Robert H. Waterman, J.R. Thomas, Peters and all. So it is widely used as Waterman only, right? Waterman 7S framework. And what is the shared value? See, shared value means an organization is not an independent entity, right? When you say organization, it is connected by various stakeholders, right? Organization is never be alone. So when you are connecting everybody, you should have a value system. That value system only they're emphasizing. So the shared value of an organization is derived from organization structure. What structure do we need to execute the strategy? What is the structure we have seen? Whether it is project structure, line structure, staff structure, line and staff, right? Functional structure, like that. Various structures are there. Which one we are going to choose? And then the system. What business system do we need to use or invent to execute the strategy, right? What is the system through which we are working, the organization system, right? That is especially when it comes the framing implement component nowadays, right? In modern human resource management, when you talk about it, when there is no growth in their career ladder, nobody would stay with you. Nobody would like to stay with in a company, right? So everybody wants a progress or the growth. So if the employee realize there is no growth opportunity, then they will shift. So that is why the company should not think only about the structure, system and style, but they should also make a path for the career path for the staff member. One of the example we can say that when you talk about this promotion, increment, all that can be brought under this one. And the skills, what are the specific skills that will help us? What skills do we need to develop? Skills, when you talk about, there are two skills, one for the organization, other one for the staff, right? Organization skill means diversification. That is diversification or focus strategy, right? Cost leadership and focus leadership that we have seen. Whether your what is your special skill in the market, how your product and your company is different from the other companies. So that is one. And the other one is capital, right? Human capital, staff skills, right? So you have the nowadays you take this machine learning, AI, right? Programming and all, they are now so much in need. So if you are recruiting somebody who can also do that, right? So those kind of staffs are staff, skilled manpower at the top level, are very much an asset to the organization. The next one is strategy. Then strategy can be framed only after setting all these things. Could you follow now? So first you need to have a structure, and then you need to establish a system. Then what is the style through which you are going to take? Because now in India we have a different the styles are there, right? Leadership styles. So the leadership styles can be adopted based on the employees. See, when the employees are working on their own, right? And then they are they are very conscious of what they are doing and all. If you keep bothering them, they will not like to stay with you, right? So that is why when you are talking about the style, which kind of style, where you need to change, that option you need to have it. And then staff, you need to give option for the growth opportunity for the staff also within the organization, right? And then skill sets of the organization as well as staff. The next one comes strategy. What should we do to solve this specific business problem? Business problem means what? When you have a constraint, when you have a constraint, you have to implement all these things. You have a constraint, you have a limitation, you have a resource constraint, time constraint. So how are you going to implement your strategy? That is what is being told. So what is the shared value? Shared value, which of our principal help us Why do we need to do what we do in the way we do it, right? So if you are doing all these things, right, the employees will always come and tell, see sir, nobody is doing, see the other competitor company, they treat well, they work only 6 hours a day, right, and then they give holiday, compulsory holiday on Saturday Sunday, you are torturing us like this. So when they tell like that, this is what is the value system we have, right? So now what happened, we have to implement certain strategy. Now we are focusing on our attaining the organization goal. Once we are done, then you will be given a promotion, right? You have to explain. The communication is very very important element when it comes to leadership as well as implementation of the strategy, right? Because if you're, that's what in the first chapter itself we have discussed, strategic leadership. Strategic leader is not only making the or framing the formulating the strategy, but effectively communicate the same to the employee so that the work can be done, right? So that is what here they are telling. So why we have to do what we are doing, right? Why we have to work 8 hours as compared with the other competitor company where they are working only for 6 hours, right? So that value system, you should make it and implement it, and the employee should also adopt it. And activating strategy, institutionalization of strategy, this is what is the simple thing, that is institutionalization means what, whatever strategy is framed, that you, the entire institution, right, entire organization should adopt. They should understand what is the strategy, right? And the strategy communication, strategy acceptance, so you have to communicate and the acceptance also. That is why in the this one, no, pyramid, I told you that top level, middle level, functional, and operational, right? So top, middle, functional, operational. So what is this we have discussed when you are talking about, the communicate implementation of the strategy? Once the strategy is framed by the top management, that has to be communicated, and if there is any lacuna difficulty, they have to communicate back. So that is why once when the leader, strategic leader, communicate the strategy to the employees, and the strategy acceptance needs to be received. Formulation of action plans, what is first, what is second, what is third, that needs to be brought, and the programs, right? Program means what, we know the program means step by step, or you can put it procedural implementation. Procedural implementation is called as a program, right? Program means what, we have a minute to minute events, right? First, what is the implementation? Second, what is the implementation? For second implementation, what are the resources required? What is the time required? What are the precondition, legal compliances? All that is being told in this programs. Translating general objective into specific objective. See, when the top level management, they frame the strategy, they will make a general objective, but when it comes to the department or the function wise, it has to be converted into specific objective. Resource mobilization and allocation, power play, right? So what is the power play? Simple example, you take in any department, any company, if you go, finance department, in majority, finance department is the major one, and then sometime HR department is the major one. So they will try to play the power, right? What power? No, if you want some resources, if you go to the finance section, they will say that no, you have to manage with that only. And if you go to the HR department, now we don't have a sufficient human resources manpower in the particular department or the functional department, and you go, they say that we are under process, so they will not do it. So resource mobilization, when you have those who are in the power, they can easily tap the resources. Those who are not in a power, they won't be able to get it. And commitments of past, what is your past commitments? Resistant to change. So what is this resistant to change? Now there is Levin change model is there. Levin change model. There is a separate chapter also in your last one. The change model basically talks about, it is, you remember that ice cube, right? When you talk about the ice cube, you have one ice cube. That is what is our learning, right? Ice cube is our learning. You wanted to change the shape, right? The ice cubes are there in the tray, right? It is there in the tray. Now you wanted to change the shape. What would you do? You have to unfreeze. So according to this Levin's change model, first this one you have to unfreeze and then you have to change. What you are going to do, you are going to change it in a bowl, right? After it melts, you may change it here and then you do what? You do the freeze. So learning model here they are talking about whenever you want to change some system or structure, first you have to unfreeze, right? It is simple. That is Levin's model. Professor Levin's model talks about this one only. So simple ice cube. If you want to change the shape, what would you do? First you have to unfreeze and then change that from tray to the bowl, and then you do what? Freeze it. Then you get the required shape. So that is what. But when it comes to resistant to change, what is the resistant to change? People are not willing to change. Why? They always have that inbuilt resistance. What is this resistance? No, I cannot do it. I have I have crossed so many years, and then I did not study all these things. Suddenly if you are asking me to adopt some softwares. You take a simple example of a finance. There are companies were following tally, right? But after this SAP, no, after SAP, they started doing it resistance. Also, there are multinational companies, they use the MS Excel, right? MS Excel. So in this kind, when the traditional finance manager was doing in manually, then they have to adopt to what? They have to adopt Tally, and then from Tally they move to SAP or MS Excel. So in this case, what happened? They don't want to change it because what they said. I have only 2-3 years. Why you are torturing me to change, adopt to this one? So now you have to make them understand. What is the understanding you have to do? You have to unfreeze. Unfreeze means what? See, whatever you have learned, it is gone now. Now you have to do everything online only. When you do it online, whatever time you are spending in the traditional way of doing it, you can save much more time. You can save much more time. That explanation when you give, then they will change. So that resistant to change when they have, you have to make them understand. You have to make them understand. And then if they are not understanding, they are not coming to the point, what you have to do? You have to change them, right? If you cannot change the system, you have to change the people. So that also, that is what here they call it as either you carrot or stick model. Either make them understand through a carrot what is the benefit they are getting. If they are not listening, what you do? With a stick only, right? With the stick only, strict offices you may implement. And the next one is organization structure. What is the organization structure? Here we talked about, we have already discussed. Functional strategy, you have a CEO. You are a CEO, and below you have a functional department. Functional heads will be there. Vice president sale, vice president marketing, vice president engineering, and all those things you have. And then you have subordinates. You also have a subordinates. And the next one is divisional organized based on the company's key product. What is this divisions they are talking about? Product 1, product 2, product 3. So now you take Hindustan Unilever product, they have a toothpaste, toothbrush, and all those things. They also have the soap, shampoo, right? So they have a different product. So each product has a different component. So that is a division they call it as. And then matrix is the combination, right? Is a cross-functional team and functions. So here general manager who has, and they have a functional manager 1, 2, 3, and then each functional manager they have their subordinates. Flat organized based on self-management and a lack of managerial structure. That means what? It is one-to-one. So for small organization, this one-to-one is advisable, it's better. But for the large organization, one-to-one creates a problem and confusion. It always creates a problem and confusion because there must be some delegation and authority, line and staff should be there. Otherwise, there will be a problem. And when it comes to procedural implementation includes licensing requirements. See, when you are implementing a strategy, you need to do what? You need to get the licensing requirements. So if you are starting, say for example, you are getting fund from the foreign, right? You're tapping, right? You are tapping the foreign resources, or you are importing machinery. When you're importing machinery, what happens? Indian rupees goes, Indian rupees goes out, right? Then that will affect what? That will affect our Indian rupees. And then FEMA requirements, foreign collaboration and procedures, capital issue requirements. What is the capital issue requirements? Can you issue to the FII, FBI? If yes, how much is the the limitation? How much is the limitation? There are restriction sectors. Restricting sectors. What are the restricting sectors? The foreign investors cannot invest in the research and development, atomic energy, and then gambling. They cannot invest it. So when you are implementing, you should also comply with the capital issue requirements. How much capital you can issue, right? And then import and export requirements. Do you need can you export it, right? A certain machineries when it is available here, right? Because you should encourage our Indian local products, right? That is what is the PM's objective. Make in India, made in India, and all those things. So when you are importing, you need to also get procedural implementation. So before implementing a strategy, you need to look at all these components. And behavioral implementation, you have to see this leadership, culture, values, and ethics. What is the leadership? Again and again we are seeing, right? There are different types of leadership styles are there. One is autocratic, democratic, laissez-faire. So when these styles are there, you have to see what style is best adopted, effective for the particular organization. That we have to see. We cannot take it, there is a fun, fun they used to tell. The wives, the husband and wife relationship comes mostly very much related to the leadership. Wife wanted husband to behave like their friend's husband, and a husband wanted to wife to behave like their friends' wives. So that is always a problem. That is always a problem. So what is your infrastructure? What is your environment? According to that only you can adopt the leadership style. You cannot simply copy. You cannot simply mimic the other behavior in that different environment, because we do not know the friends organization, friends family situations, all that we do not know. And then when you are comparing yourself, then there will be always a fight, there will be always a problem. So that is why when there is a behavioral implementation, you have to see what is our infrastructure, what is resources available, and then accordingly you have to make. If you're That's what a previous slide I told you. When your employees are very conscious of their timekeeping, and then their productivity, everything is conscious, you cannot use autocratic, right? You have to take participative, democratic. You have to consult them. See, we are having so much of production. Is there any possibility to increase the production, right? Can you do? Because our target is so much, is we are lacking so much, right? We have another project as another project has come. Now we have to export so many products, right? There is so much in demand. Can we do that? An organization culture. What is a culture? It is a shared value. Shared value. Culture means what? People, how the people are treating the other people, right? See, no gossip, and then no power politics or dirty politics. They are called as a culture, right? What is a culture? If you go to that organization peacefully, you can work that organization is that good. That means what? The organization culture is so good. The system, the belief, the ethics, what they follow within the organization is called as the culture, right? The system means what is the system? How they treat people. The most important culture, employees look forward. If I get another opportunity to leave this organization, or if I get a better opportunity, will they leave me, right, without creating any problem? That is what is the culture simply means, right? Values and ethics within the organization, right? Values and ethics within the organization. And functional implementation, guiding the middle level executives in framing operational plans and tactics to make a strategy implementable. So that means what? Top level managers, they frame the strategy, and they've communicated to whom? The functional level executives. Functional level executive. Now what do you have to do? You have to give training how to get things done through your tactics, right? So that is what is the functional level implementation. The next one is strategic control. So far what we have discussed, implementation when it comes, we have a different things are there. Strategic implementation, we need a supporting factors and issues in strategic implementation. We have also seen that as a shared value method, 7S framework, activating strategy, and then we have also discussed about the structure, leadership, all that we have seen. Now the other frameworks, when you look at it, procedural implementation, behavioral implementation, functional implementation. So implementation can be of three types: procedural, behavioral, and functional. Procedural, before you implement, you have to get all the licensing procedures, you have to get it done. And then behavioral implementation, if the employees are not willing to change, then you have to take action. You have to take action. And then organization culture, values and ethics. Functional implementation, giving necessary training to the functional level managers or functional level executive to implement. So now when you look at the strategic control, right, they are called as the twin brothers of management. Who are the twin brothers? Planning and control. Planning and control. Why they are called as the twin brothers? Planning means looking forward. Control means looking backward. Control means looking backward. So control means what? We are checking from the planning stage till the implementation, where how it has been implemented, whether it is as per the top level management when they frame the strategy, or if there is any lacunas are there, that lacunas you are identifying, and that lacunas you will try to take it as a lesson and change it next. Or if there is no lacunas, it is implemented effectively, then you take that as a model. You take that as a model. So measurement of organization progress, you check. In the strategic control, what do? We check the progress, because we look backward and check feedback for future action. The progress, if you look at it, yes, it is progress, and how we can make this as a, isolate this one, and how to improve the present model to the future, linking performance and rewards. Because when you talk about the strategy is strategic are implemented effectively, that means what? There is everybody's labor. So for that labor, additional labor, what you have to do? You have to reward them. You have to reward them. So role of organization system in strategic control, we have an information system, planning system, development system, appraisal system, motivation system. So all these things are very much required. If you want to, control, expenses, if you want to control the behavior, if you want to enhance the production and all those things, you need to have all these things in place. What is a control process? This is very important. Control process and techniques both are important. Once when it comes to this one, setting performance standard. Control means what? First we have to set a standard. Standard means what? We have seen. First you are planning. In the planning stage, you are framing the objective, right? So objective means what? You are framing the goal, that is where you want to reach. So first you are fixing a standard or goal, measuring actual performance. Then after setting goal, what will you do? Implementation. After implementation, you will measure the actual performance. Comparison of actual performance against the standard which you have fixed in the beginning planning stage. Analyze the variance, and this variance you see whether it is positive variance or negative variance. Positive variance reward, and the negative variance you give training and development and how to improve. And then reinforcement of corrective actions. So when you say positive or negative, analyze, and then you do the corrective action. What? Either give bonus rewards or you give them the training. Strategic control techniques, when it comes, the premise control, strategic momentum control, leap control, implementation control, and then strategy surveillance, special alert control. So in this main one is a leap control. What is this leap control? So leap control basically talks about when you are implementing, when you are at the time of implementing. At the time of implementing, you see that there is a some modification required. Some modification required. So that modification you do it, and then you implement. So strategic control, it also clearly defines to what level you can modify, right? To what extent you can modify. That is what is being told in the case of a leap control. So the strategic change when it comes here also they're talking about strategic changes when you talk about education and communication, participation, obtaining commitment, leadership, training, psychological counseling, coercion, and edict. So basically, when you talk about changes, you have to educate them and communicate them. That that Levin's model I told you, right? Lewin. A Levin's model, I said first you have to make them understand. Take them for participation whenever there is a decision making, debate, right? All there you make employees representative to participate, obtaining commitment, and then use your leadership, and then training and psychological counseling, right? Give. And if the even after all these things, if they are not willing to change, then what you do? Coercion. Compel them to change, otherwise get out, right? So that is what they are talking about. So leadership style, when it comes, the leaders, they're visionary leaders, coaching, affiliative, democratic, pace setting, and commanding. Commanding is also called as a autocratic, right? So visionary means what? They have a complete vision, where they want to go. So open to a new information. They have a good communication skill, big picture focus, and forward looking. So this is the main focus area. Visionary, they always have a forward looking. They know where they want to go. Coaching means what? Coaching, they give open communication, good listeners, right? Then after listening only you can give the coaching, right? And flexible with making strategies, decision, instructional in style. Instruction means what? Visionaries, they know where to go, but in the coach, they will give instruction to the employees how to go and how to implement. Affiliative, positive feedback system. Whatever work, small work the employees are doing, you motivate them. Yes, you have done correctly, and this is what we want. Without you this would not be possible. And improve morale, and then promote team building and strong loyalty bonds. And democratic means what? It is again participative, invite discussion and opinions from the employees, encourage ideas from others, communal decision making, right? Wherever possible you also give relaxation in decision making to the others. And then increase equality. Pace setting, set high performance standards, quick response, more micromanagement, right? So pace setting means micromanagement means what? They make a decision, but also they interfere in day-to-day affairs of the functional. Complete work on the schedule. And then commanding, driven and focused, autocratic style, quick response, and more micromanagement. See, you can see that from here to here, less micromanagement, here more micromanagement, right? So as an employee, which one you will like? I'm giving you some work and I keep bothering you. Have you done? What is the status? What is, you get irritated, right? Then that means you are coming under the first three. The next three, they talk about more, micromanagement, which people don't like. And the next one is power dynamics. What is the power dynamics? So interpersonal and structural source of powers. So powers can be classified or generated from two sources. One is interpersonal source of power, that is reward, coercive, legitimate, expert, referent. Structural sources of power, knowledge, resource, decision making, and networks, right? So you take example of any organization, especially for the government organization, you can classify the employees into two. One is what is their background, what is their background, how they have entered, right? And the other side, when you look at it, you look at their knowledge, skill set, what they have it, right? So that is what is the power. So power, both power can influence over the others. And the next one is business process re-engineering. What is re-engineering? Engineering means you are constructing, right? Re-engineering means what? It is again changing, right? Business process, whatever you have, you are changing it. Why do we need to change? Do you remember somewhere in a previous class I told you, Your great grandfather has started one firm in 1968, and he has purchased the machineries at that time. And that same machinery, that same company has come over to you by heredity, and then now you are using it, but you come to know that these machineries are not that productive. In that case, what you have to do, you have to change the business process, what you are doing, the production process, or the operating process and all those things, working cycle, working capital cycle, all those things, you make a corrections so that you can cut the cost. You can cut the cost, maximize the revenue. That is what is the concept called business process reengineering. Refers to an attempt to improve the operation of the business on a broad scale. So you have the machinery or you have the process, you are changing the process so that you can improve the present production or present cost. You can reduce the cost, you can maximize the revenue. The primary aim of business process reengineer is to cut down the process redundancies and enterprise cost. What is this redundancy? Repetitive, right? When there are repetitive nature, if you look at this finance function, right? In a finance function, you have to get approval. Finance, both HR also, you can say, right? You get approval from your team leader, and then again it has to be forwarded to whom? To the HR. Then HR has to approve. Then an employee who is seeking for an leave, and when it is not approved by HR, he is in a trouble, right? Or when you are requesting for a reimbursement, your team leader approves but finance department does not approve, then the employee will not get motivated to work. So that is what here they talk about, how the redundancy process should be cut down so that it is more productive. So what are the tools used? Customer and process focused, and then visual. Why customers? If you reduce the repetitive natures or repetitive process, and the cost will eventually come down, and when the costs come down, it is beneficial to the customer. And the process focus, visualization for an end process and benchmarking, change management, business process mapping. And the steps: define objectives and a framework. First, identify customer need, what they wanted, right? According to the needs of the customers only we need to buy. See, in the last semester you must have studied this marketing management paper, right? So it was previously previous method was what you produce you can sell, right? But now what is the modern? Sell what is needed by the customers and a public. What they wanted, that you buy, right? If they don't want something, and then if you are making, who will buy? Nobody will buy this. So that is what here they're talking about. Identify the customer needs, study the existing process, formulate a redesign business plan, and implement the redesign. And this is a process they've given. This it's there in the PPT. You can go through. It's only an example. And this benchmarking we have already discussed. What is the benchmarking? It is setting standard, right? Setting a standard. This standard again, previously I told you about the leadership example. The standard, when you are setting, you need to also take into cognizance of the internal resources and infrastructure. You cannot simply say that my friend who got 80% mark or 70% mark in the DD exam, I also want to take it, and you, without making a SWOT analysis, you cannot set standard. So benchmarking requires what is your capacity, right? What is your resources you have? Then based on that only you have to set the standard. Benchmarking is a strategy tool of a comparison. It is used to compare the performance of the business processes and products of a company with that of the best performances of the other companies inside and outside the industry, which the company is part of. Managers use the tool to identify the best practices in the other companies and apply those practices to their own processes in order to improve their company's performance. See, when you say this last line, that's very, very important. When you want to improve the standard or improve the performance, you are comparing yourself with the other company, then you have to make such environment, infrastructure facility here. If not, then there is no use. It will be only in the making only. So first in the process benchmarking will first you plan, find out where you need, where you are lacking as compared to the other, collect data, analyze and improve. Almost we have come to the end. Total quality management. What is the total quality management? Total quality management is the product and the process. The entire thing should be focused on the quality, right? See, when you say simple example, I can say that when you are saying the total quality of a production, and the quality should not be only in the supply or manufacturing, it should be also in the machineries, labors, everywhere the quality should be imposed. So it's a management philosophy that views an organization as a collection of processes such as marketing, finance, design, engineering and production, customer service, etc., thereby focusing on meeting customer needs and organizational objective. And here total quality management is simply, you can say, do the right things right the first time and every time, right? So when you do, many companies know, when they start what they do, they give highest quality. This is applicable mostly for the hospitality industry, right? Hospitality industry, if you see, hotel, restaurant, right? So restaurant, when it the hotel or restaurant, when you are going for the first time, the food is very tasty, and eventually, when you are going regularly, the standards are not maintained by many hotels and restaurants. That's why that if you look at the Google feedback, right, customer reviews, then it is always mixed one, right? So total quality management, it is not only the for the first time, but every time when the customer come, they should get satisfaction about the quality. That is what is the total quality management talked about, right? So we are left with only 15 more minutes. What we will do, somebody has asked a question. Yeah, 1 minute. Yesterday I have shared that. Okay, you can download. Kamal sir, you can download that using the link. Okay. I hope you can make out how to get the, this one. If you go to Pondicherry University distance education learning, so students and support services, right? You have to go to students and support services, teaching and learning. You have to go, and in that question bank, MBA, second semester, where you have past papers up to 2022, and then just only for the sample that I'm showing you this. Okay. So when you look at these questions, no, first let me explain this particular subject. Many times, student, they fail to understand one important thing in the examination is the time management. Time management, right? These are very silly, if, for many people, if you look at this particular topic, it might look very silly, but in the first semester you might have faced the similar things, right? Let me tell you about this one. Time management, when it comes, there are three sections, three part, A, B, C, right? Now, how would you divide this 3 hour time for this? Usually, people say 1 hour, 1 hour, 1 hour, like that. Or this part, part B has a highest value, right? Part A is 30 mark, part C 20 mark. This has a 50 marks. So you will give 2 hours time, or 1.5 hour time, and here you give 10 minutes and 20 minutes, 1.5 hour, right? 1.5 hour, you can put 60 plus 30, 90, 45 minutes, 45 minutes you will give. But this is not the right way of doing. Why? We are always in our mental capacity is not that fast as before, right? So now if we look at it, you should always keep some 10 to 15 minutes as a reserve. So what is the time you have after 15? 2 hour 45 minutes. You have to allocate this 2 hour 45 minutes in these three parts, and then you write. And when you, if you are not in a position to complete, or if you are running out of time, this time can be utilized, right? This time can be utilized. This is the first point you should remember when you are writing the examination. And also the content also very, very important. See, for 6 mark question, how much to write, it is decided by the individual student, right? Say for example, now you know what is strategy, but you do not know what is Six Sigma. For strategy you are writing 2 pages, and for Six Sigma you are writing 1 page, and you don't expect 6 mark to be given for both. It is not about the pages, it is about the content. For 2 pages you are writing more content, more elaborative content you are providing. For Six Sigma you are giving only less content. So obviously for both questions 6 mark will not be given. So there must be consistency in creation and presentation of the content. That also matters. Now we'll move forward for the question discussion, what we have discussed and all. Okay, look at that. Strategic management subject, 100 mark. And what is the strategy? Strategy is a decision making under uncertainty or constraint. This is what is the meaning. Now for 6 mark, it's not enough. It's not enough. Now you have to write how the strategy work, right? You can create some example. Right? There are 2 projects under a company ABC Limited. 2 projects, X and Y, right? But they have a constraint, financial constraint, right? Then you have to do what? You have to do the capital rationing, right? Whatever money you have, proportionately distribute to X and Y, and make sure that both the projects are alive. What is a Six Sigma? Just now we have discussed the business process re-engineering, right? That is another name called Six Sigma. Business process re-engineering talks about define, measure, analyze, improve, and control. So Six Sigma basically talks about, it is not how to maximize the revenue, how to cut down the redundancy in the process, cut down the cost. That is what they are talking about. So you can write about the process, that Six Sigma process. That is what I have given you in the PPT. That is business process re-engineering. You can bring. What do you mean by process innovation? Process innovation means what? When you bring innovation in your own process. That is what is the process innovation. What is the example we can give? See, everybody is doing manually, and you are bringing something, imported machine. So you can improve the process innovation, right? And then what is an innovation? Innovation means in the existing production or in the existing product or process or the system, you bring something new, novelty as compared to the other competitor and the market, right? Innovation is always beneficial because you can increase the price. You can increase the price and sell it. When you are focusing on the innovation and the cost will always be higher. That's what in the beginning I told you. iPhone is focusing always on the innovation. They keep striving towards the innovations, and there are customers, and the customers are willing to pay whatever money required, right? So innovation is always a beneficial one. Strategic unit means what? In an organization they have a multiple departments, but strategic unit means it's a branch where they take strategic decision making. What do you understand by the term strategic alliance? Strategic alliance means what? Merger and acquisition, right? When two companies are joining together to enhance the value, to create a synergy, right? Environmental scanning, we know what is environmental scanning. Understanding the internal and external factors of the organization so that you can make decision making. Core competencies. Yesterday's class we were talking about what is the core competencies. I gave you the example. You are good at theory, your friend is good at numericals, right? So core competency means what? You are identifying you are good at both, but this theory you can make better marks. Your friend can make a better marks in the numerical but not theory. So what you are doing, you are focusing on the theory, you are asking your friend to focus on the numerical, and then you teach each other, right? So core competencies in the company can produce n number of products, but they should focus where they can take maximum advantage. That is what here they talk about the core competence. Explain the various phases of strategic formulation with an illustration. Strategic formulation, we have seen what are the phases: procedural implementation, behavioral implementation, and then functional implementation. What is corporate governance? State the concept, need, and the principle of corporate governance. This corporate governance is simply they are using the different terms. What we have discussed is the system. Organization system is called as a corporate governance. What is a system? Let me explain this. System in an organization means you are creating system how employees should behave, how employees should be treated, how customers should be treated, right? All these things are the otherwise called as a corporate governance. So you can understand what is a corporate. It's a system of a company, how they interact with the various stakeholders, right? So when it comes to implementation of the corporate governance, and when you are having a higher corporate governance, right, concept and need, when it comes higher corporate governance, you don't cheat customers, you are very ethical person, you have a value system within the organization. So nowadays customers are focusing on the governance company. That means what? Those company who are having the fake news, or their products are harmful, or their production process is harmful to the environment, people are not buying, right? There is also called a concept called green consumerism. What? If people are buying the products which are environmentally friendly, right? Strategic issues for non-profit organization. What are the strategic issues? Strategically, one simple thing that I can give, right? Suggest suitable measures to resolve such issues. One thing I'll tell you: non-profit organization. I give you example. You remember that education institution, hospitals, all that you can bring, right? So non-profit organization, generation of revenue is very difficult. Generation of revenue is very difficult. And when you are getting this generation of funds from the foreign resources, right? So when you take, for example, education institution, hospitals and all, you can tap resources from foreign, but you have to make a compliances under FEMA regulation, government regulations. So government regulation, what they are talking about, you have to get the details of the foreigners, right? Foreigners, all that they are talking about. Hello, sir. Good morning. Yes, sir. I'm coming. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Another paper raining from SR. Sorry for that. Okay, I told you that you need a government ID, like Aadhaar, PAN card, and all they're asking. So foreigners, they cannot produce all these things. So sometimes it is like a donation. When you are making a donation, the foreigners are not willing to, because very cumbersome process to accept the donations. So that is why non-profit organizations, especially like orphanages, old age homes, and all, they're finding it very difficult to raise funds, right? It is not that I'm not blaming this, the system and all those things, but the strict procedural implementation is also a cumbersome process for non-profit organization to survive. Discuss the significance of internet economy in the context of the current demonetization process. See, this kind of question won't come, but instead, what you can expect, how COVID, right? Internet economy now, what is happening, most people are exposed to internet economy only. So internet economy means what you buy, what you choose, information gathering, right? If you want to buy some product, you get the Google review, right? Google review, feedback, all that you are doing it. So that internet economy, is very much helpful for the customer. So the strategic management team, right? Strategic management or strategic unit of an organization, they should focus on the internet economy. When the customers are changing, when the environment is changing, the company also should change. Porter's 5 models. We know that supplier, buyer, and then this alternative products, right? Bargaining power of a supplier, bargaining power of a customers, and then we also have this substitute products. That Porter 5 models you can write. Importance of a SWOT analysis and ETOP. SWOT analysis we already know. SWOT basically talks about strength, weakness, and opportunity threat, right? ETOP, environmental threat opportunity profile. Environment threat opportunity profile. So SWOT is basically talks about strength and weakness of the organization alone. Environment threat opportunity profile talks about how this particular company is harmful to the environment. Gap analysis we have discussed in the. You can put compulsorily. You should put the chart. You are framing something. Your goal, right? But you have reached. The result is like this. These two is considered as a gap. Explain the process of strategic implementation and evaluation. Strategic implementation process, we know first we have to set the standard, right? And then, no, this implementation, that's control. So in the case of implementation, we have a process implementation, right? Procedural implementation, behavioral implementation, and then functional implementation. The case study is the important thing. Case study, there are different case studies are there. One is question based case studies, question based. Other one is no question. Third one is situation based case studies. Situation based case studies. 1, 2, 3. Now for all this case study, whatever you study, whatever you read, go through, and all those things, sometimes you can see the question related to HR, marketing, right? Or finance, operations. Anything can be asked. But what you need to focus, translate them into what? Into strategy. Translate them into a strategy. Without converting into strategy, you cannot write. Sometime when you read, you might be studying HR now, or you are very good at finance, but all this translation into a strategy. So that is very very important. What type of question they've asked is important, but you should always, your answer should be linked with the strategy. Now question based case study, they will ask you question. What question? Whether decision taken by this strategic unit is correct or wrong. So your answer should be either or choice, either yes or no. You cannot mix it both. To the question you should write yes or no. And sometimes you feel that yes under these circumstances, no under certain circumstances. You can write both. You can write both, but both should be elaborative. No question is asked. No question is asked. They've given some case study, right? There is no question. What you should do? You should relate the case to the strategy and the situation. Situation based case studies. You remember you are an you are a service provider, right? Oh, sorry. I'll put myself as a service provider. You are coming to me, sir. I want to what to do next, right? I'm doing MBA now. Now what should I do next? I'm already working here. I'm studying. What should I do next? If you are coming, I'm giving you two kinds of advices. One, I'm giving, whatever way you are going is correct. Only you go through. Go ahead, right? I'm telling you, go ahead. Other one, I'm telling, okay, what is the company where you are working? What are the benefits, right? Positive and negative. I'm asking, and then I'm giving you, generating the decision variable. I'm generating the decision variable. Which one you will like? You will like the second one, obviously, right? Because I'm telling you good and bad and making you understand your situation. So situation, if they're asking as a finance manager, as a strategic manager, as a CEO, what is your opinion on this? So when they are asking you, when they are putting you in a situation, you should write both positive and negative, and then you have to generate the decision variable, and then you have to come to the conclusion. You have to come to the conclusion. This is how you have to approach the case study. Simply you cannot write what is asked and all those things. Right now you take example of this case study, what they've asked. Quickly you go through what they've given. Okay, before that, we'll go through that last question. And so because we are running out of time, see, they've asked you the question directly. What rational attributes do you look for in the fast food restaurant? At they're asking you, when they're asking you, you should write what? You should write both your opinion, right? Whether it is progressing or decreasing, progressing or not progressing, and then the reason for both. What emotional attributes do you look for in the fast food restaurant? And then do these attributes fit your favorite food establishment in your country? Right? Then you have to write certain company, right? Whatever company name, food, the establishment where you regularly eat, that you have to connect, right? But whatever case study you are studying, this case study should be linked with the strategy, and the strategy and the case study should be answered to the questions, right? Not necessarily, Ramya ma'am, not necessarily. A lot of questions you have asked. Rajalashmi ma'am, see, the question papers are old or new, it is immaterial, but the syllabus are similar. Syllabus is similar. So what you can do, most of the questions will be repeated. So you can follow the question paper, will give you an idea. Ramya ma'am, if you go to this, what you call, back, if I click. See, if you go to that student support services of the Pondicherry University Distance Education portal, teaching learning in the second semester, if you click here, you will get this question bank. In the question bank, you click MBA, and then you get what? Second semester, and you get the, for each subject, you get what? You get the question papers. Question paper. These are sample papers, will give you a broad idea how the questions are being asked from the syllabus, that you will get an idea, right? So I wish you all the best for the examination. Please, when the exams results come out, sir. Yes, see, the exam results are ready, but it needs some approval issues are there. So once it is done, it will come, right? So don't worry about your results. get ready for this one. That is what I was told from the distance education admin. So they say that results are ready, valuations are ready, it will come anytime, right? It is there in this controller office for approval. Once it is approved, it will come to you. That also will come. It is the Pondicherry University Distance Education is doing this conference. If any of you are free, you can also come to Pondicherry University Distance Convention Center. There is a conference going on from the this one, so you can come and participate also. If you can you will be given certificate and all those things. You can register and get the certificate also. That is a better opportunity for you. So the university distance education department is busy with the conference and all. So it is scheduled tomorrow and day after tomorrow. Probably end of this week they will be free. Then you will get the remaining things. All right.
But nobody invited us for conference.
See, it is there in the website, Suryakant Singh sir. It is in the website. So it is our duty to look at the websites and all, because the number of students registered for distance education courses are
Okay.
huge, right? The formal invitation and all might be very difficult. So what you do, it is there, it is given in invitation. I'm not inviting, but I'm suggesting you that if you're free, you can take part in the conference. All right. All the very
Okay,
best for your second
excuse
set
me.
examination. Yes, Sumalata ma'am.
Yeah, can I start my class?
Yeah. Please
Almost
start, ma'am.
10 minutes.
Sorry, ma'am.
10 minutes almost I have to give it.
Sorry, ma'am. Sorry.
Can
Thank you. All the best, all of you. Please take care of your examination and whatever tactics that I told. Keep remember that in the examination.
Thank you,
Okay,
sir.
sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Good
sir.
morning, ma'am.
Good morning,
Good
ma'am.
morning, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am.
good morning, students. Good morning to all. How are you all?
Good
Hope you
morning,
learned
ma'am.
Good
well.
morning, ma'am. Morning.
Had your breakfast,
Fine,
Fine, ma'am.
ma'am.
everyone?
Excited for the last lecture.
Sorry?
Excited for the last lecture.
Okay. Almost 10 minutes gone. This is our last class, I think so, today. Right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, okay. Last class we started our fifth unit, industrial relations, right? Next, we'll take some revision for that, and later we'll start the continue session, okay? Industrial relation, what is industrial relations? What is industrial relation? Industrial relation is nothing but it is a relationship between the employers and employees, is it not? And it will be related to more probably social and economic issues like wages, working hours, working conditions. Those are called industrial relations between two parties, employers and employee. Okay. Some of the approaches we have seen here: psychological approach, sociological approach, human relations approach, socio-ethical approach, Ghanaian approach, system approach. Last time we have discussed all these approaches, right? What are the decisions, communications, relations, competence, discipline, and conflict? And top management support, sound personal policies. These are some decisions of an industrial relations. Okay. Just a normal brief and taking some revision because we got some gaps. So just I want to remind you. Okay. What is trade union? You know trade unions. Every industry having trade unions. Trade unions will enjoy the power and status based on the support of the employees. Is it not? Those are called trade unions. Yeah, we are having trade unions in industries. What are the types of trade union? Business unions, predatory unions, company unions, friendly unions, revolutionary unions. Those are the different types of trade unions. And coming to managing conflict, what is managing conflict means? Conflict means what? Conflict. It is a disagreement, is it not? Dispute means argument. What are the disputes here? Disputes of right, disputes of interest. Those are the types of disputes. Okay, now we'll start our last class. We ended here grievance procedure, right? What is grievance? Grievance means complaint. Is it not? What is grievance procedure then? It is a set of steps a company may follow when an employee has a concern or a grievance regarding their work or employee. See, every worker there, every individual worker will be having some grievance according to their comfort zone, like working condition, or about their wages, or about their working hours. Is it not? Every person, every worker who is in industry is having their own complaints. Okay? How they will handle a good grievance handling procedure? Simply easy to understand to operate. Yeah, it is easy to understand to operate the grievance. Okay? They will settle the grievance at lower level. And depending upon the nature of grievance referred to, it appropriate authority. Ask the employee to give his complaint in writing. See, grievance may be in different ways. In verbal, it may be in written form also. Is it not? See, if the worker is having any grievance, any complaint which related to his personal issues, the manager will be asking to give a verbal or written grievance. Okay, that is some of the good grievance handling procedure. Now, what is collective bargaining? Collective bargaining means they will negotiate for higher pay to their workers. Is it not? They are bargaining. They are bargaining and they are negotiate for higher pay, salaries, wages like that. Is it not? See, here we see some futures of collective bargaining. What are the futures of collective bargaining? First one, group activity. Obviously, group activity is there when collective bargain is there in industry. How? Actually, what is group activity? Can anyone say? Group activity means any.
Demonstration,
Yeah.
demonstration,
Okay.
protest,
Yeah.
strike.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
all these are
See,
part of.
Sharing of tasks.
okay. See, group activity means any activity that will be undertaken by group of people. Is it not? Any activity that will be undertaken by a group of people where they can collaborate and work together to achieve their goals. That is group activity. Understanding? See, group activity is nothing but any activity that may be undertaken by the group of people gathered together. They will collaborate and they will discuss, okay, to achieve the common goals. What are the common goals for the workers? Probably, what will be there? What are the common goals for the workers?
Related to work
Coordination.
hour, conditions,
Yeah.
salaries,
Yes.
perks, facilities, and other amenities,
Yeah.
leaves, leave related,
Yeah.
medical facilities, and all this.
Uniform, food, safety, sweets on festival.
Very good. You are very much aware of this subject. Okay. Next, what is activity level then? It is the level of involvement by two parties in a bargaining process. The level of two parties. See here you can see that starting with a simple bipartite discussion between the management and the employees at plant level. Yeah, if we are having any bargaining, who are the two parties here? Two parties, management and employee only. Is it not? Okay. This level of involvement by two parties in the bargaining process is called activity level. What is flexibility then? Flexibility. More flexibility. It is a process to change some circumstances, allowing for adjustments like your workplace or working hours, leaves. Is it not? If you are having some adjustments with these working hours and leaves, what you will feel? You will feel more flexibility or not? Worker will feel flexibility. See, in ideas, thus flexibility in ideas and opinions, demands and requests and decisions and agreements in the is the chief characteristics of the collective bargaining process. Yeah. Suppose, see, flexibility is the process of changing some circumstances where they are allowing some adjustments. If the worker is management is allowing some circumstances about their flexibility, workers' flexibility, like working hours or leaves, what the workers feel? They feel more flexible. Okay. What is the process then? What are the process of collective bargaining? First one is preparing for negotiations. Preparing for negotiations mean they have to prepare. What they have to prepare about negotiations? They have to settling clear goals. They have to ensure what they are aiming for. They have to understand what are the values and boundaries of their workplace. They have to prepare for their negotiations here. Here, preparing for negotiation is nothing but they are settling their clearing their goals. Okay. And next, going to second point, identifying bargaining issues. How they can identify? What are the bargaining issues actually? What are the bargaining issues in industry? Can anyone? Easy.
The
Very easy.
the issue which needed to be escalate with the management.
What are the issues basically they face with management?
There
Salary
may be
dispute.
any related to wages, facilities,
Wages,
and
working
Salary dispute.
conditions.
ambience, working
Yeah,
conditions.
probably only these aspects were. Yeah, yeah. Most
Number
of the issues
bargaining
will be
issues
faced by
is
the
that
employees.
while salary, when we ask a company to give us hike, they say, "No, no, company is in loss. We can't give you that much
Yeah,
of hike. Give 1% of hike." And say like, "Okay, we'll do something good when we have a good time." And when the company has good time, then they invest in something and they say, "Oh, we don't have money now to give you again."
yeah,
And then we are
good.
left with the option that leave the job and go for another company because the management is very greedy.
Good. Yeah. Yeah, they have to identify their bargaining issues like wages, working conditions, and benefits, some other terms of employment also. Okay. What is negotiation here then? What is negotiation?
Settling down at
Preparing.
some actually accepted level.
Yeah. And they have to resolve an issue that both should be found accepted. Okay. How the negotiation occurs? Probably will be occur between the employer and employee. Is it not? Correct? Yeah. Okay, next moving to reaching the agreement. Reaching the agreement means, see, reaching the agreement is nothing but will come to a mutual understanding or a decision after discussion by the two parties or more. Then reach the agreement. See, if there is an agreement between the two parties like management and employee or employer and employee, they will be having some mutual understanding before taking a decision and discussion. They will involve in this agreement. What are the agreements there between these two parties? What are the agreements they will have before joining? What are the agreements they will have? Can anyone? Agreements before joining? See, yeah, tell me.
Working contract. Then they will also give
Yeah,
some
working contract. You'll be signing or not? You'll
promotions.
be having an agreement before joining the.
Yeah, all that fake promises company does for hiring people.
Yeah. With mutual understanding only, they will take a decision, right? Between these two parties. That is reaching the agreement. What is ratifying the agreement then? Once the agreement is taken, decision is taken, it formally approving and confirming it, and it is making legally binding. Is it not? Once the agreement decision is taken by between these two parties, they will ratify, means they will confirm, they will approve by legally. Is it not? Okay. Say yes or no. Yes or no. Just mingle with contract with me. Okay. What is administration of the agreement then? Administration agreement is used to formalize the relationship between business owner and an agent. It is an administrative agreement. Okay, it is a relationship between to formalize the business owner and an agent. It's called an administration agreement. Okay. Next, I am moving to next topic. What is managing discipline? Very interesting topic this is. Managing discipline means what? What is the discipline?
To ensure that employees are
That,
working in the laid down process.
okay. See, discipline, managing discipline is nothing but it is a discipline for the employee training. Training to employees to follow rules and regulations to achieve the organizational goals. Is it not? See, managing discipline, it is a discipline for employees to train up them because to follow the rules and regulations of an organization. Minimum discipline is need or not for that? Is it need? Then what are the objectives of the disciplines? To ensure and enable employees to work in accordance with the rules and regulations just now as told. They have to ensure and enable the employee work with rules and regulations. Without rules and regulation, employee can do work? No. To ensure that employees follow the organizational process, procedure in spite of their personalities and behavior. See, in an organization, every employee must have rules, follow the rules and regulations. What are the procedures? What are the process? An organization having some formalities that should be followed by the employee with good discipline. Okay, that is some of the objectives of managing discipline. Now, what are the types of discipline here? Here, types of disciplinary action. Verbal warning. See, if there is no positive discipline, negative discipline is there, positive discipline is there. If in verbal warning, what happened? If there is no positive discipline by the employee, what happens? If there is no positive discipline at workplace by the employee, what happened? The management given a verbal warning, is it not? Will take a actions against the employee for an act of indiscipline. It is easy, verbal warning. You can understand simply. Okay? Verbal warning, it is an actions taken against by the employee by the management because his behavior is indisciplined. In the act of indiscipline of an employee, the management is taking a verbal warning. Okay, and sometimes written warning is there. What is the written warning? What is the written warning? Yeah, in the form of a document. Is it not? It will be used by an employer. The written warning will be used by the employer in the form of document. Why? To warn an employee of their actions in the workplace which are not having potential consequences by the employee. See, if any employee is not behave indisciplined at workplace, what will happen? Automatically, the manager will get a frustration or anything, anger, anxiety, and he will be given first. He will be given verbal warning, and next he will give a written warning in the form of a document. He will warn the employee in the form of document for the actions of an employee at workplace. That is called written warning. What is suspension then? You have to say suspension. Why the suspension will get for an employee? Why the suspension will be given to an employee?
If the warnings were ignored and
Yeah, simply see here you can understand if the employee is indisciplined, is not following the rules and regulations, is not following the procedure formalities of an organization, is not following the warnings which is given by the management, automatically the management will be suspend. Suspend means completely removing from the work or what?
No, ma'am. Short period they are
No.
suspending the employee.
Yeah, short period. Short period they will suspend and they will send to home. And meanwhile, they will receive the payment. They will receive the payment. Yeah, they will receive some payment. Half of the amount they will receive. Okay, that is called suspension. Next, demotion means you know, okay. Code of discipline in the Indian industry. Code of discipline in Indian industry means what? It is a maintain peace and order in industry. See, the code of discipline in the Indian industry was formulated on the recommendation of the Indian Labour Conference held in New Delhi in the year 1957. What is the aim of this code? Was to lay down certain principle of discipline that govern the Indian industry. See here, both the management and employees should be abide by certain self-imposed rules. Yeah, obviously, see, not only the employee, as well as the management should have some discipline. Is it not? In case of some disputes arise, they should be settled through negotiation, conciliation, and voluntary attribution. Understanding? See, if the management want to settle some disputes which is happening in the organization, what he said has to do management. Some disputes are going on with the employees. What is the main role of the management? He has to guidelines. He has to guidelines and principles aimed at industrial relations, promotions. See, the manager should have mutual recognition of rights and responsibilities between the management and employer. Okay, it is the code of discipline. See here, second way, each party should acknowledge and respect each other's rights and responsibilities. Yeah, both parties, here management and employer, should respect each other's their rights and responsibility. Okay, here nobody can take any little decision regarding any disputes. Yeah, of course, it is not possible to take any decisions. Okay, that is called code of discipline in the Indian industry. Now I am moving to workers and managerial decisions. It is nothing but it is also known as workers' participation. See, there is a topic workers' participation. It is also known as workers and managerial decisions. Both the manager and worker, how they will take the decisions in organization, how they can how they can see here in industry manager decisions significantly will be impact the worker, is that not? In the man in industry or an organization, the manager will take some significant decision that will be impact the worker or not, is it not? It will be impact to the worker. How? First of all, the worker should identify the decision of the manager that have made by the manager. Okay. And the manager should review the relevant information about that decisions to the employee. Okay. And it is a possibility of think about that worker should be think about that what are the possible alternatives which will be taken by the manager decisions. Okay. Then the manager will be take the action and it will reflect on his decision or not. See, there is a see here you are having workers and manager decision. Both the decision will be taken by the both parties, workers and management. That is only called workers' participation. Okay. Now levels of participation. What are the levels of participation? Here, which participant is eligible? The degree of influence that workers are allowed to exercise can classify into 5 levels from the minimum to maximum degree of participation. See, there are some levels of participation. What are the levels of participation here? Informative participation. What is informative participation then? Informative participation. Informative participation. It is nothing but sharing information with workers about the matter that they can consider, such as financial statement, production targets, economic condition. That all will be sharing to the with the workers. Who will share? Who will share? Informative participation. Here, at the level of workers' participation, information regarding the balance sheet, production targets, new technology, introduction, etc., will be shared with the workers. Is it not? Who will share? Sorry for the disturbance. Yeah. See, informative participation is nothing but sharing the information about balance sheet, production targets, technology introduction. It will be shared with the workers. In one way communication from the management to the workers. Okay. It is called informative participation. It is consultative then. Consultative. Consultative participation. How will how you be concerned in any means here they are seeking opinions or advices from the employees before making a decision. Okay, before making a decision, in this consultative participation, they are seeking opinions and advices from the employees. That is called consultative participation. Okay, see here you can see worker representatives in different forums like working committees and joint management councils are consulted on matters on which matters such as employee benefits, employee welfare, and work conditions. These are the recommendations of the worker representatives are given due to consideration, and those are the final decision making authority rests with the management. That is called consultative participation. Consultative participation is nothing but it is seeking the opinions and advices from the employees before making a decision. Okay. Before making a decision by the authority of management, they will seeking some opinions from the employees. Okay. What is associative participation? Associative participation. Associating means associative. They will participate jointly to make a decision is called associative participation. Okay. The workers at this level of participation have a major role to play when compared with the earlier two stages. Okay. See, associative participation is nothing but it allows the company management and employees to participate jointly in making a decision that is called associative participation. What is administrative participation then? Administration participation is nothing but it is decisions already taken that should be implemented by the workers or that should be implemented by the management. It is called administrative participation. Okay. And next, what is decision participation then? Decision participation. Decision participation easily can anyone say? Are you there in class?
Whether
Are you there?
deciding to have any participation that is going to gain any knowledge or any appreciations that is going to come through this participation, like that there will be some having some decisions like that. I think so.
Okay. See, decision participation, it is an opportunity for the employee to provide into a decision making process related to their work committees, work matters. See here it is at this level decisions are taken jointly on matters related to production and welfare. Decisions are taken with the mutual consent. Both the both the parties are obliged to abide by them and the decisions are successfully implemented. Obviously, what happened if both the parties have taken decision which with mutual understanding, with mutual consent, what will happen? This decision may be successfully implemented by the both parties. What is the purpose of workers' participation here? What is the purpose that? What is the purpose of workers' participation here? See, here the purpose of workers' participation is nothing but the workers will be actively involved in decision making. Is it not? The workers are involving or not here to make a decision because they put forward their ideas, suggestion on work is to be done. Okay, see here, what is the main purpose of workers' participation is means the workers will actively involved in taking a decision. They will have their own ideas or not. They will give some suggestions how to work, and they will be improve the workplace also because everyone was involving in problem solving. See here, purpose of workers' participation. See, workers' participation in management ensures the capabilities of workers are properly utilized and that they are able to make a significant contribution to the effectiveness and economic welfare of the organization. What I told just now, see, they will actively involve in making a decision. They will forward their ideas. They will give the suggestions how to work and they will improve the workplace because every worker is involving to solving that problem. Automatically what happen? It is the welfare to the organization or not. Okay, simple things only I'm saying, simple words only I'm saying. I'm not using much very complicated words also. Okay. Then what about types of workers' participation? What are the types here? Formal participation is there, informal participation is there. Formal participation is here. Ascending participation is what? Descending participation means what? Here, ascending participation is nothing but the workers will participate in managerial decisions at higher level, such as board of directors of an enterprise. Okay, that is called ascending participation. Now, what about descending participation? Here, the workers are empowered to make decisions about their own work. Means by involving dedication. That is called descending participation. Here, the workers will be participate in managerial decision with higher levels. What are the higher levels such as board of directors of organization? That is called ascending participation. Then what about descending participation? Here the workers are empowered to make decisions about their own work. Means by involving the delegation. Delegation is nothing but giving something a task or responsibility. Okay. Now what is informal participation? In formal participation, workers will actively participate in industry for making a decision. Informal. What is informal then? It is quite opposite to that. Informal participation is the workers will contribute the managerial decisions to non-formal like informal discussion, sharing information. That is called informal participation. Okay. And understanding workers and management. Yeah, I have discussed ascending participation, descending participation. Oh, here we are having work committees. See, collectively workers can participate in works committee. What is work committee? Works committee. Committees. What are the committees will be there? See, it is a statutory body in an industry establishment. It aims to promote good relation between employees and employers. That is work committees. It is a it's aimed to promote good relationship between employer and employee. Okay, that is called work committees. What is joint council then? By reading you can understand. See, joint councils of workers and management may decide the issues on which interests of management and workers are identical. Example are given: accident prevention and safety measures, determination of production standards, workers training, welfare measures, etc. What is joint council then? They are involving representatives from both management and employees to discuss and to make a decision on matter of mutual interest, which are making some decisions on like some issues. What are the issues? Labor welfare, safety, grievance, working hours. That should be what? What should we do? By the example, you can understand. Yeah, see, joint councils of workers and management may decide the issues on which interests of management and workers are identical. What are the issues here? Accident prevention, safety measures, determination of production standards. Okay, these all will be discussed taking the decision by the both management and workers. What is information sharing then? Information sharing very easy. You can say, can anyone say example also then?
Uh,
Information
like
sharing.
fire drill explanation in the office. For having a fire drill explanation, they will have as a communication sharing, so that they will be aware in the future if there is any fire, they will be able to extinguish them on their
Yeah.
own. Yeah, like that
See,
information
if the work,
passing will be
if
there.
everyone, okay, see here, every worker will having some ideas, suggestions. Is that not? He's having some plans that will be shared to the management or not. Plans for expansion, financial position of the company, that all the information which is having with the worker will be shared with the management. Okay, that is called information sharing. What is employees director then? Employee director, employees director. The employee will be elected by their workers to serve on the company. The board of directors is an elected representative of the employees. Okay, employee director is a person. He will be elected by the representative of the employees. Workers is one of the board of directors. Okay, simple word only you can understand. Yeah, we discuss informal participation. What is the importance of participation then? What is the importance of participation? The greatest benefit of participative management is that the employee identifies himself or herself with the work and this leads to improve their performance. See, once the worker is participating in taking decisions or interacting with management and taking sharing ideas and anything, what will happen? Obviously, he can improve his performance or not. Okay. Yeah. Here next, workers' participation in India. The workers' participation in India. In India, according to the Industrial Policy Resolution 1956, the aim of the government is in advocating workers' participation in management to create socialist society where workers share the managerial powers. In second 5 years plan, the purpose of workers' participation was defined as, here we'll see what are the workers' participation in India. They are increasing productivity for general benefit of the enterprise, employees and community. Yeah. Or the workers' participation is there in India. They are increasing the productivity for general benefit of both the organization and employees and community also. And giving employees a better understanding of their role in the working of the industry and of the purpose of production. Here, working participation in India, they are giving the employees to understand who will give management. Organization is giving some better understanding role to the workers in industry. Okay, and they can satisfy the workers. How they can satisfy? For self-expression, thus leading to industrial peace, better relations and increased cooperation also. They can be, okay. Those are the workers' participation in India. What is prerequisites for successful participation? Prerequisite of successful participation. Actually, prerequisites means
What are all
Requirement.
the required things that are needed for a
sorry,
successful participation?
somewhat louder.
What are all the things that are required to have a successful participation? Prerequisite
Yeah,
as a
it's a
requirement, like that.
requirement. What conditions will be having for a successful participation? Can anyone? To become a successful participation, what are the requirements for both the employer and management? You can say should have
Team
mutual
effort must be
trust.
there. Mutual
Sorry,
understanding. Mutual
yeah, then
understanding, respecting each other's opinion on any ideas that they come across in the while participating, like creation of anything in the contest. Like for instance, if there is any contest for idea creation, like that, they must be having mutual understanding and have each other's backs if they are not coming up with something like that.
good. Yeah, here prerequisite for successful participation, they should have mutual trust, mutual understanding, and respect should be there between management and employee. And both parties should implement fair policies for successful participation. Okay, and employee involvement in decision making process also important. Is it not? Employee involvement is important in making decision, and manager also wants to involve in taking in decision. Okay, those are the prerequisites. Those are the requirements for becoming successful participation in industry. Okay, I think with this we complete our fifth unit. When is your exams actually? Did you got it in your schedule?
Information
Did you
hasn't
got
been
your
passed yet. No, no, ma'am. We didn't get it from university
We
officially.
didn't get it. Approximately when it will be held?
I think so. In the mid of May, they
Last week?
told like that. In
May last
middle
week?
of
I think
May,
so. Middle of the May.
middle of the May, they told ma'am from help desk team, but they are also not sure. They will be. They told that it will be coming officially. Till then, you have this as a informal announcement like that. They told me.
Okay. Okay. Just before class, I told that you can get the question bank. You can revise that questions. Okay. Go through that procedure and you can get the question bank. There you can follow the questions, previous questions, so which is given for the previous exams. Go through that and you prepare well. As usual, you know how to prepare. And I what I should say, all the best for you to write well my HRM, not only HR, all the subjects. Get pass. I know why you are taking this DTG distance education because you are working, right? So
Yes, ma'am.
maximum time you keep, maximum time you keep for your exams so that easily you can improve yourself for the for better. Not only exam time tomorrow exam 2 days is there today we can read like they don't keep see because I know you are busy worker so at least minimum time you have to spend for your preparations. Okay, any doors you want to share anything with me? I think this is my last class and will not leave you again. Want to share anything?
Now can you explain how to write in a case study?
Sorry,
Can you please explain how to write in this subject case study?
case study.
She's asking that whether can you explain her to us how to write a case study when a question appears in this subject now, because there might be case study. We came to know that, so we want one example for that, ma'am. If you know, can you give us some?
What is actually, I want to know the meaning for case study. What is case study then?
Like
Can
there might be
you
many, ma'am, but I will say one scenario. Like if they are being given
louder,
one
louder? I
scenario,
can't hear.
yeah. Can you hear me, ma'am? Now, voice is audible
Somewhat
now.
louder.
Now, ma'am.
Yeah, I can.
Okay. So case study means like they will be giving one scenario, like for example, like an industry oriented based scenario. Like uh, I can't say one precise example, but there will be a situation scenario in that. How will you react, or how would you react upon this situation? Like that, they will give some use cases or case study, ma'am. Like that.
Yeah,
Say that
that's
is
right.
called as a
That's right.
use case. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, see, whatever you have understand regarding the topic, whatever you have understand about that, that you have to be mentioned in that case studies. Okay. Okay, it is
I
time
didn't
one
catch
minute.
that point, ma'am. Can you repeat that,
Okay.
ma'am?
See, as if you told just now, you told now, whatever we have learned, whatever the topics which is related to a case study, what you have learned, what are the obstacles, what are the implemented, what are the procedure, what are the process that you have taken for that topic what you learn. That should be written. What you have understand by your own, you have to write.
Yeah.
What you
Okay.
have studied. Okay.
Okay. Okay, ma'am. I think so.
Okay.
That might have answered her question. Yeah. Okay, ma'am. Understand.
Okay, my dear students, I wish you all the best for your exam. Write well, prepare well. signing off today, and I think so. We may not meet you again. Whatever the related to material, you go to your website, you get there. You can get the material. As per the material, you can read it and you can prepare. As for this one, the start all, you can go get the question bank also over there. You can revise the question papers, prepare like that. Okay. Signing for today. Thank you
Okay.
all. Thanks for your patience and for cooperation. Thanks for your understanding me. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Okay.
Thanks a lot, ma'am. It means a lot to us.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so
Thank
much,
you.
ma'am.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
So we'll just directly go into the class. So yesterday's portion, we started about the simplex method, right? Okay. So I'll just use this time Word document for working out the problem. I don't know what happened to my whiteboard. Okay, just take down this problem. This is a maximized problem. Maximization. The first stage it will be given like this, right? And what I'm going to do, is my voice clear? Because I'm connected with two devices.
Your
Loud and
voice
clear?
is clear, sir. You are audible, sir.
Okay, thank you. Fine. This is the second stage. This is going to be your fourth stage. Okay, this is your third stage. Now, going to this particular problem, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to maximize a particular concept, right? I'm going to maximize a particular concept. If I want to increase my knowledge, what I will be doing, I will be sitting and studying, right? So you can have an interaction with me. Why we do this particular problem, maximization and minimization. Suppose I'll take the example. You can just answer me. If I want to increase my knowledge, what are the things I'm going to do? What are the things I should do? Can somebody quote your points, viewpoints? Can you hear me?
Well, you should look after the current affairs. You should follow the current magazines as well as the current scenario.
Okay, fine. The current scenario. I'm going to increase my knowledge using the current scenario. So, as Sir said, Jinender Sir said, it is perfect. The answer is perfect. Now, to increase this one, are there hindrances? Are there any hindrances? Now, how
Yes,
do you...
sir. There are many hindrances. You have to be regular for readings, and you have to look after every aspect of the news.
Okay, Jinender Sir, while
Consistency is
reading or
necessary.
while just browsing it through the extra enhancements, what device you use?
You have to use books, digital books, etc.
Digital books, right? So, as you said, there are many hindrances. So, ultimately, just take this particular example. When I want to increase my knowledge, simultaneously, I'll just go to YouTube, and normally this happens, right? Now, this simplex method, as of my knowledge, I'm just teaching you on the perspective of an author, right? On the about one particular author, myself, I'm going to teach you in one method. But in the YouTube, if you just go and verify, it will be sounding somewhat different. It will be sounding somewhat different. I think the screen is shared. Somebody said the screen is not shared. Okay. Now going to this, if I want to increase my knowledge, I'll be going through my YouTube and other stuffs. While just start reading out, or while just going across this particular concept, immediately there will be many hindrances. YouTube will never ever give you the same content, all the starting from your preliminary stage till your history, it will never give you the same. So I need to reduce those extra ingredients to increase this particular concept, right? Now, what I'm going to do to increase this particular concept, I need to reduce these particular aspects so that I'll be able to get a feasible solution. In the second stage, what I'm going to do is I'm going to include a slack variable right over here. This is called as a slack variable, which is nothing but which is nothing but you are going to include a constant apart from the particular disturbance. These are the disturbance which are going to occur literally. This is the disturbance which is going to occur literally. But apart from that, there are many deviations which you would have never thought of that, and those hindrances will be met as a constant right over here. Right, now try to understand with a small example. I'll give you very fastly. Now, if you are making some, or if you are cooking something, okay, Janinder sir, you are well versed in cooking. Can somebody interact?
Sir, come again, sir.
Are you well versed in cooking, or some cooking you can do?
Somewhat little, but not more. Something.
What you do, sir? चाय बना सकते हैं?
सर चाय भी बना सकते हैं, बाकी थोड़ा बहुत खाना भी बना सकते हैं, ज्यादा नहीं, थोड़ा बहुत.
ठीक है, ठीक. अभी एक ही sorry, I'm sorry. There is only one question. Now we are making a tea, right? Now we are making a tea. Does the tea taste same whenever you are making? Whenever you are
No,
making,
sir,
does the tea taste same?
it varies a little as per the ingredients you use, such as if you use the ginger, it tastes different. If you use the something else, you use the tea masala, it will be different.
सही है. Right. Now what you say is there are difference in the ingredients, right? These are some of the things which you can literally see through the eyes, right? Which you can literally see through the eyes, and you can rectify that. Suppose sugar is over, means you just add some more milk and some more tea leaves, and you will just go for it, right? So these are some of the things which will be there in your mind, which you can feel as hindrances. More than that, there are some more hindrances which is hidden, right? These are said to be the latent. Actually, in the statistics part, you would have come across latent variables. You would have come across the latent variables, that is the hidden uh, hidden agendas or hidden disturbances. Normally, I just used to name it as sleeper cells. Normally, now Jinendra sir is making chai, and chai is not tasting every time the same. There is a small variation because of the ingredients, right? This is the ultimate process. What we have it in our mind is this is the ultimate process, but beyond that there is an hindrance. Suddenly, we would have never thought our windows are open in the kitchen. Suddenly the stove goes off, or the gas finishes, or you keep the chai in the stove in the high flame, and somebody calls, you forget about it. At last the chai is burnt out, or the tea is burnt out. So without your knowledge, without striking, this is like a forensic, without striking your mind, there will be many hindrances to make this particular chai, or disturb the actual taste of the chai. So in this equation, I need to maximize this particular concept, which is 6x1 and 8x2, upon which I have some of the constraints, 5x1, 10x2. These are the known constants which I have already faced it. So I'm going to reduce this one. Moreover, I need to also concentrate upon the sleeper cells, that is slack variables, hindrances which are unknown to me. Those variables also I need to concentrate. This is your problem about the simplex. Is it easy?
Yes, sir.
So now I'm just going into the problem. I have just marked it down, right? I'll just keep this one aside. I'll just construct and show you. You have to, similarly, you have to by heart this one. Kindly bear with me. You have to by heart this one. This particular table alone, the format of the table alone. To draw the format of the table alone, you have to by heart it. Now, what are the variables which I'm going to include right over here? First one, my basic variable, CBI. Write it as such. Okay. Then I have I'll write it as BV, which is nothing but basic variable. Here, CJ. CBI, CJ, then I have my all ingredients right over whatever there in the main equation, write it as such. X1, X2, S1, S2, then these are extra ingredients, solution and ratio. Solution and ratio. Now, what are the things which I am going to fulfill here is, you have to understand two things right over here. The first variable which we have introduced as the latent variable or the sleeper cells, that is going to enter it, you are going to enter it right over here. If there are three equations means there will be S3 also. There are only two equations, so I have included only two, S1 and S2. So CJ main equation 6, 8. Can somebody tell what will come here? 0 and 0. Next one. Here also the main equation zeros. What are the things I am going to enter it here as the subsequent equations or subject to equations 5, 10, 1 and there is no S2 here. Then 4, 4 and 0 and 1. So solution is 60 and 40. So everything is available right over here. You can just check it. This is your first table, right? And next one, I'm going to find out my ZJ. How to find out this ZJ? Very simple. CB into that particular variable will give you this consolidated. That is 0 into 5 plus 0 into 4. 0 into 5, I'll draw an arrow mark like this, right? Plus it and write it here. Always this will not be 0, there will be a variation also. And this is also 0, right? After this, I'm going to find out my Cj minus Zj. So I have my Zj here and Cj here. 6 minus 0 will give me 6. Then 8 minus 0, 0 minus 0 and 0. That's all. This iteration is completed. Next step, listen carefully. Next step, I'm going to find out, right? I'm going to find out my okay. Next step, I'm going to find out my key column, right? Key column and key row to eliminate this one. I said this is an entering variable right over here, right? Now, one variable will be going out, that is the leaving variable, and the other variable will be coming inside as the entering variable. Right over here, I need to find out first thing, I need to find out what is the key column, first stage. How to find out key column? In the Cj minus Zj, whichever value is having higher will be your key column. So, I'm just marking it as such. This is your key column. Don't want about this. But remember, now I'm going to find out, after finding out the key column only, you can find out your ratio, which is nothing but 60 divided by 10 will give you 6. Then 40 divided by 4 will give you 10. Now, there is an highest value which you have found out for your key column. In this, you have to find out which is the lowest value and you are going to mark that one as your key row value. This is your key row value. Right? Understand this one clearly? And this is your key column. The intersection point is said to be your pivot element. Understood? You understood this?
So you mean that the pivot point is 10, right, sir?
Pivot element is 10.
10. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Understood.
Now you understood there is a stage. Kindly follow these stages. It will be very simple. What other authors will be doing is they will simply multiply it with some values which will be a bit confusing. So you can just use this particular book method which will be very easy. And if you are able to do some 2 or 3 iterations for 20 marks, solidly there will be a chance of getting half of it. Right? I'm not promising it. Kindly note it down. based upon the valuator. Now, I have identified key row, key column. Again, I'll tell you, after finding out that this particular Cj minus Zj, whichever value is highest, that will be the entire column, which is for the key column. And after that, you are going to find out your ratio. After finding out the ratio, whichever value is lesser, that will become as your key row. And the intersection point will be your pivot element. Now, why I have to find out this one? Because for a maximization problem, I said already, I need to reduce this one. So I'm using a minus symbol here. So your values for a maximization problem, your values should be either negative or 0. Here, 2 positive values are there, 2 zeros are there. So again, the iteration has to be done again. So you have to, what you have to do right over here is, you have to identify your key column, key row, and your pivot element. Again, the same strategy. I'll just do it for you again. Let me just have this one as such, right? Right. Now, this particular row, right? This particular row, you have to refine it. You have to refine it. Now, I said these are the entering variables. Now, this S1 will be a leaving variable, and subsequent to that key row, key column, you will be your entering variable, and new values has to be entered. This iteration is completed till here, right? This iteration is completed till here. Now, x2 will be your entering variable. What I have to do, very simple process. Find out your pivot element. To find out this particular new values, old value divided by pivot element, right? So 5 divided by 10, 1 by 2. Then 10 divided by 1, 10 divided by 10. Then 1 divided by 10. This is 0. And this one will become as 60 divided by 10, 6. Understood? The new values for this key row alone, there is a separate operation for the new variables which has to be entered. This will not be leaving. This will be coming as such. So I need to reduce this one. You understood this stage? The leaving variable and the entering variable. Please kindly ask me if you don't follow. Very easy sum only. If you are not able to follow, kindly ask me.
Able to understand, sir. Can go to next step, sir. If we have any, we will ask you.
Yeah. Fine. Now, for your understanding, I have dropped the box right over here. You can just cross verify also, right? Now, before entering this, always x2. What is there in the x2 in the equation? It is 8. There is a change. 8 and this one is 0 again. Now, to enter this particular S2, I have a formula right over here. I have a formula right over here, which is nothing but old value minus key column value into key row value divided by pivot element. This is into. What is the old value? Which is 4. Right? The old value is 4. Now, what is the key column value? That is also 4. Remember, always for rest of the things, for rest of the calculations, your key column value will not be changing. There will be a jump in the key row value alone. So, adjacent to it will become as your key row value divided by 10, which is your pivot element. Understood this one? This is for your first. 4 minus 20 divided by 10. So that is 4 minus 2. So 2 here. Right? second operations or the second value right over here. 4 is the old value. Okay. Then what is the key column value? The same. Into what is your key row value? That will be jumping 10 adjacent to it. Key row value divided by your pivot element. Many of the times people will be doing a mistake right over here. So 4 minus 4, which is 0. Then what is the old value? Which is 0 minus what is the key column value? 4 into what is the key row value? Which is 1. Now 0 I have taken. Key row value is 1 divided by 10. That is 2 by 5 minus 2 by 5. Right. I got the value. Then after that, what is your old value? 1 minus 4 into 0 divided by 10, which is nothing but already this has gone 0. So the value is 1. Then for your solution also 40 minus what is your old value? Old value is 40 minus key column value is 4 into 60 key row value divided by 10. So this is 40 minus 16, 40 minus 24, which is 16. Understood?
Sir, can you explain me how that 16 came, sir? I didn't follow up in between. The last one which you put, no, sir? After
Yes,
116. Sir. Yeah, that one alone. Can you repeat once?
40 is here, old value.
Okay, sir. Yeah.
40 is there. Sivaprakash sir, kindly answer me.
Yeah,
40 is my old value. Minus what is my key column value?
It's
which will not be jumping. Which will not be jumping. So 4.
Okay, 4.
This 4 will be always your key column value. Column which is fixed to that this particular entire row. This particular key column value will not be changing. What is my adjacent value to 40?
It is 10, sir.
40, this here, adjacent value.
1?
No, adjacent value. Above.
Above it's 60, sir.
60 divided by pivot element.
Pivoted by 10.
10. So this got cancelled. 40 minus 6 4s are 24, which is nothing but 16. Understood?
Yeah, now I am understood, sir. Clear, sir.
So this particular stage alone, what people used to do is, they used to multiply this particular entire row with a constant, which is very hard to find out. There are two methods. So I just used to adopt this one, each and every calculation. Now it is very easy for me. Write down what you do in your rough column. Write all your values. 4, then 0 and 1. Minus, this is 40. Okay. Minus, what is your key column value? You are going to divide it, right? You are going to divide it. Write all the divisions. 4, key column value 4, key column value 4, key column value 4. Then pivot element 10, 10, 10, 10 in a single manner. Before calculating each and everything separately, what to do? Write all your old values minus of key column values will be same, key row value will be same, into key column value will be same, pivot element will be same, into key row. For this particular 4, it will be 5. Yes, I got it. And for this particular 4, it is 10. I got it. Then for this particular 0, I got it as 1. Okay. And for this particular 1, I got it as 0. And for this 40, I got it as 60. Now you calculate and write it as such. It will be easier for you. Right?
Yes, sir. It will be easy for, yes.
Yeah. Now I am going to find out again CJ value. 8 into 1 by 2. Now it is very easy for me to calculate 8 into 1 by 2, which is nothing but 4. Then again 8. Then 8 divided by 10, which is 4 by 5. Then 8 into 0, which is 0. Then this one. Right? Now you got it?
Actually, it is ZJ, sir. I think so.
This one, with this, I didn't repeat that one. 8 into half plus 0 into 2. All these rows will be zeros, no? Anyway, it is going to be, yeah, I'll write it here. 8 into 1 by 2 plus 0 into 2. Then 8 into 1 plus 0 into 0. 8 into 1 by 10 plus 0 into minus 2 by 5. So I got the values right over here. Understood?
Okay, sir. Understood.
Fine. Then 8 into 6, 48. 0 into 16. So 48 will be my solution. There is no harm. You don't want to find out this also. Not necessary. It is not going to affect us. Then after that, my Cj minus Zj value. Let me find out. 6 is there. Already it is here. I didn't write it again. Like the second column. 6 minus 4, which is nothing but 2. Then 8 minus 8, 0. Then 0 minus 4 by 5, which is 4 by 5. Then 0 minus 0. Now you can just cross verify. There were two zeros here and two positives here. Now I have converted my one particular digit to negative right over here. So only one digit. Again I have to follow the iteration. What I'm going to do here is, after finding out this one, this is the highest value. This will be your key column value. After finding out the key column value, I'm going to find out the ratio 6 divided by 1 by 2, which is nothing but 12. So certain people will be having confusions with this. 6 divided by. Now what if you have any confusions, you can put it like this. This 2 will be coming upside, so 12. Then after that, 16 divided by 2, which is nothing but 8. So this is my key row value. Now my S2 will be the leaving variable, right? S2 will be the leaving variable, and my I'll just keep it like this. So I have my pivot element here, key column and key row. Now this iteration is completed. I did not reach my solution yet because there is one positive value. So S2 will be leaving and X1 will be entering. Now do not write it as such in a hurry burry. Now you have to calculate for X1. What is that? Yeah, leaving variable. Now the formula for this is old value divided by pivot element. So 2 divided by 2 will be 1. 0 divided by 2 will be 0. Minus 2 by 5 divided by 2 will be, what is the answer?
Minus 1 by 5, sir.
Minus 4
1
by
by minus 1 by 5, sir.
minus?
Minus 1 by 5, sir.
Yes, minus 1 by 5. Many people will be having a doubt right over here. Minus 1 by 5. Then 0, 0 divided by 2 will be again 0 here. 4, now we have our value 16 divided by 2 will become as 8. I'll just copy and paste the problem right over here. The third iteration. Don't forget to write about this x2 values. X2 is 8 and this is 6. Now I got the values here, minus 1 by 5 and somewhere, yeah, sorry, this is 1 here, so it will be 1 by 2, which is 1 by 2, right? Now x2 values, I have my old values here. Write down all the old values. So I use a different pen for this. What are my old values? 1 by 2, then 1, 1 by 10, then 0 and 6, minus of first. Let me fill the pivot element values here. 2, then my key column value for this 1 by 2, my key column value will be again 1 by 2, right? Again 1 by 2, this will be fixed. Here also it is 1 by 2. Here also it is 1 by 2. Here also it is 1 by 2. Here also it is 1 by 2 into my pivot element. Key row value. So this is 2, this is 0, this is minus 2 by 5, this is 1, and this one will be, this is 16, sorry, 6. So 1 by 2 and this is 16. You understood? Is it clear?
Yes, sir. Clear, sir.
Right. Now I'll just calculate it. So this is 1 by 2 minus, what is this? This one comes above. So 1 by 2 minus, this one becomes as, what is the answer for this? Kindly tell me. One by 2 is my last value. 1 by 2 into 2.
It is 1 by 2, I think, sir.
Again 1 by 2. This one comes above. So it will become as 4 by 2. So I got the value. This is equal to 0. Then next one. Already this is 0. So 1 again.
1.
So this one will become as minus 2 by 10. Minus 2 by 10, which is 1 by 5 again. So 2 by 5. So 1 by 10 minus 2 by 5, minus of minus. So my answer will be 2 by 5 right over here. 1 by 5 right over here. Then my next value, I just copy that one. Then I have my solution, right? Solution is nothing but, for this it is 16 and 2. I have already given it as 8. So here it is 8 and here it will be 6 minus 8 by 2. So this is 3. So this one becomes as, I need to take an LCM for it. This value becomes as 2 right over here. So I have found out my new values. Next after that, CJ value. CJ value is 8 into 0 plus 6 into 1, which is nothing but 6. I'll write it here, 8 into 0 plus 6 into 1. Next value, 8 into 1 plus 6 into 0, which is nothing but 8 again. Then 8 into 1 by 5 plus 6 into minus 1 by 5, which is nothing but 2 by 5. Then after that, 8 into minus 1 by 4 plus 6 into 1 by 2, which is nothing but 1. So my next value, that is my solution. I need to find out the solution also. So 8 2s are 16, 8 6 are
48.
So my answer is 64. then Cj minus Zj. Yes, this 6 is here Cj, 6 minus 6, 0. 8 minus 8, 0. Then 0 minus 2 by 5. Yes, I got minus 2 by 5. 0 minus 1. So, for maximization problem, I have got all the values. My iteration is stopping here. This is my solution. For x2, it is 8, and x1, it is, sorry, x2, it is 2, and x1 it is, and my solution is 64. If I am able to reduce this one to this particular limit, now we can just equate it and see a reduction in this. 5x1 plus 10x2 should be equal to or less than 60. Now what I am going to do, 5 into x1 is 8, then 10 into x2 is 2, should be less than or equal to 60. 40 plus 20, 60. Now I got the solution. Cross
Yes.
verification. This is not needed. I'm just showing it as a cross verification. 60. Next equation also you can just check it out. In certain cases it may not fit, less than or equal to 40. So 4 into 8, 32 plus 4 into 2, 8, which is less than or equal to 40. 40 is equal to 40. Now I got my solution. These two stages are not required. Till here you have to complete the problem, and you have to show the problem as, for x1 production volume is 8 units, and this is 2, and the total profit is 64. Understood? Got it clear?
Yes, sir. And also
Any doubts or clarifications?
a doubt from my side, sir. So for Cj minus Rj, the last
ZJ.
two values must be minus, negative value. Till that I need to do the iteration, right, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Understood, sir. Yep.
Anybody having step problem? Because if you just try out this problem, definitely marks will be given. Many of the people will not even try. They will leave it in choice. Any doubts? Any clarifications? Same condition right over here. I just have a maximize problem right over here. I think so. Maximize problem with 3 constraints. If I have 3 constraints, what I'm going to do? Always people will be confusing. Sir said about these 3 constraints, so I'll be adding S1, S2 and S3. Don't bother about it. Number of equations will be subsequent. How many equations you have, that equations alone you will be having. For this also, I'll just give you a cross or doing it properly, easy method. What you do is maximize Z, write the formula as such. Then after that, you try to include S1 and the remaining things will be 0. Then for the second equation, S2. Then after that, you include 0 S1 and 0 S2. So this is the same problem with the 3 constraints. Now you can just see this is also a maximized problem. 0, minus 0 or 0 and minus 10 by 3. Now next one. Minimization problem is said to be your Bigam method. We cannot do it normally. Same condition only. I'll just introduce this one to you. 5 more minutes to go. I'll introduce this one to you so that we'll just catch up in the next class. Afternoon class is there, no?
Evening classes are there, sir. 2 periods are there, yeah.
2 hours. For me?
No, I don't know. The timetable I don't know, sir, actually. But there are 2 hours.
I have I have it.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Yeah, I have it. Between 3 to 4.
Okay, sir. Yeah.
Now I'll just introduce this problem alone and we will do it in the afternoon. Rest of the things, only this problem is a constraint. This is a major problem. Rest of the problems are very easy. Very, 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 very easy. What you can do is, first give a try for this problem. This is time consuming. This one and the transportation model, time consuming process. If it is, sorry, Vogel's approximation method, definitely you have to spend time for it. So first these two things has to be given importance. And if an aircrew problem is there, first you give the importance for that. It will take at least, as a beginner, it will take 20 to 25 minutes to solve that problem. You know all the steps, but in between that, some calculations that will take much time. Now, we saw the maximize problem. Now, I need to minimize a particular concept in an industry. I need to minimize the particular concept in an industry. Same cooking itself, I'll say you as the example right over here. So before we started, I gave you this example. Before we were having this gas stove came into the scenario by 1980s. So during that time, pressure cooker was not so famous. So to safeguard the gas, to safely use the gas or to reduce the consumption of it, we started using pressure cookers, milk cookers, double boiling, right? Double boiling. So to minimize something, I need to maximize the other utilization. So in this particular pressure cooker example itself, I need to go and buy the pressure cooker, maybe 2000 rupees or 3000 rupees. Anyway, I have to go and buy it. Expense. I need to increase something, or I need to increase something to minimize a particular concept. That is your minimization problem. Now, same condition only. Instead of the symbol, minimization greater than or equal to symbol will be there. Maximization problem less than or equal to symbol will be there. And there are three different kinds of problems. The first is the maximization simplex method. Second one is the big M method, which is nothing but minimization problem. And there is one more concept which is called as dual simplex. They will not bother about what is maximized or minimized in the main equation. Instead of that, they will just change the symbol right over here. I'll show you in the afternoon class regarding that. So to reduce this one, let me just keep this one as the gas. To reduce the gas consumption, what are all the essential things I have to use? First one, pressure cooker, then copper bottomed vessel. So these two things will be much suitable for me to utilize the gas efficiently. Now what you do is add up the constraints. Instead of plus, what you do here is you add a minus. Instead of plus, what you do here is you add a minus right over here. Can you see? I'll just give you a glimpse of it. I'll just give a glimpse of it. What you do is, I need to reduce this one. So my minimization 2x1 plus 3x2. So these two equations, I need to increase this. So in the increasing stage, I'll be adding a minus sign. Last problem, you will be adding a plus sign for your other constraints. But here, what I'm going to do here is, I'm going to add a minus sign. Do not add a minus sign in your maximized equation. Sorry, in your main equation. That should be added. That should be added by reducing it here. I'm going to add here. There, I'm going to add here as well as add here for minimization. Here. So minus S1 I have introduced and minus S2, right? And you studied about slack variable in the previous that we have already implemented right over here. So in the minimization, major constraint 2x1 plus 3x2. Then subject to x1 plus x2 minus s1, which is equal to 6. Then 7x1 plus x2 minus s2 is equal to 14. So what I'm going to do here is 0 s1 adding, 0 s2 adding. With this, one more variable I'll be adding, which is called as the surplus variable. Surplus variable. I'm not going to touch anything with this. I'm going to touch only the particular concept, which is nothing but MR1 and MR2, which is called as your surplus variable. This is called as your slack variable. This is what I'm going to include. Rest of the procedure is as such. Rest of the procedures is as such. Now you can just view here. All these ingredients, it will be carrying an M with it. Okay, a bit complicated problem, but probably there will be only one iteration. So the result, how the result should be for a minimization problem, your iteration when it will be setting that when you have your Cj minus Zj as equal to 0 or positive for a minimum problem. For a maximum problem, it will be equal to 0 or minus values. Understood? Got it? I'll just keep a pause here, continue in the next class. If you have any doubts, you can just ask me right now because we have lunch hour only.
Sir, can you get the question paper CBCS pattern in the second half? Then we can also have a look at it once how it is gonna come.
Yeah, fine. You can just go to this one, Pondicherry University. I think so. I have the link.
But sir, but that on that side there is no much numericals given, and this subject I think was before merged with another subject, so there was a less numerical weightage.
Sir, at least last December paper would be helpful.
Yes, sir.
So you want the last December paper?
Because in the DD website they are given only till 2022, I think so. So maximum because.
Can I just, because I have seen once or twice when people are coming to write operation research here, equal, it was by 2022, I think so. Equal weightage was given for the problems also.
During that time, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I'll just give you a hint for this. Suppose if they are asking you to write down the steps using, I'm not saying anything, like using this particular class itself, you can start writing your steps.
Okay.
If they are asking to write down the steps for the simplex method for a maximization problem, okay, first stage, I'm just going to step 1, include the slack variables. For a maximization, I'm saying, include the slack variables. If there are only two equations, subject to equations, include S1 and S2. Then after that, go for your iteration table where you have to include your CBJ, basic variable, and give the formulas also. Old value for entering variable and new variable, old value divided by new pivot element. Likewise, you can just give the steps. So if you want the steps, in this book, the steps are given. If they are asking you as the theory. But when it is conducted for the full-time students, my students yesterday only they have written completely all the problems were numericals. All the problems were numericals. So afternoon we'll just touch up with this particular minimization Bigham method, right? And later we can just go for your Floyd's algorithm. That will be very easy.
Okay, sir. Sure, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Hello, sir. You can hear me? Can you hear me? Hello. Jayaprakash, sir. Hello. Okay. Hello, stop. Ah, stop. बेटा क्या हो गया ना? कहीं कलम का निशान है? नहीं है तो नहीं, निशान पड़ जाएगा तो हो जाएगा। Karata apa?
Mr. Altaf, can you please mute your mic? Mr. Altaf, mute your mic. Panna, can you mute your mic?
example,
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Okay, we'll just go with this particular Bigam method. I'll just snapshot some of the things from the book. Elma. Okay, we'll just concentrate upon this. Now, I have given you some major examples also. I have given you some major examples also. Right now, we have a minimum constraint right over here. Let us consider some activity. Minimum of z is equal to 2x1 plus 3x2. So always check this particular symbol. If it is like this, it should be always minimum. If it is in the opposite direction or less than or equal to, it should be maximized problem. You can hear me and see my screen, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So right now we have two constraints right over here, x1 and first equation x1 plus x2 greater than or equal to 6. Then 7x1 plus x2 greater than or equal to 14. So always remember that your subject should be greater than or equal to. If it is an minimized problem, you would have seen in the last sum also, it is greater than or equal to 0. When these subjects are going as 0 means automatically there is no problem at all in this particular aspect. No problem at all in this particular concern. If x1 is equal to 0 or x1 is going below, which should be always greater than 0. This is the construct for it. Now, what I'm going to do here is, in the last sum, I have just added the slack variables here. Instead of that, I'm going to minus the slack variables and I'm going to frame the equation right over here. So I have added this one here, that is slack variables S1 and S2. I'm just going down. So right over here, 0 S1, 0 S2, then MR1 and MR2. I have just added in my main equation. Now what I'm going to do right over here in the equation, in the constructs, I'm going to minus this one, right? I'm going to minus slack variables. I'm going to plus a surplus variable right over here. That is MR1 I have included here instead of M. This is M is considered as a constant value. R1 and R2 I have just added here. Similar way, I'm just going to construct my particular model for it. That is the tabulation part, right? The tabulation part. So let me do
Sir,
one
what
thing.
is MR1, MR2?
It's called as the surplus variable.
That is S1 and S2, no?
That is slack variables. Okay, to make you understand, I'll just say clearly also. So same cooking itself I'll take, right? Same cooking itself I'll take. Now, everybody had your lunch. Each and every time somebody at home they cooks. So let us take this particular Maggi itself, right? Maggi, 2 minutes, nothing more. All the ingredients will be same. You have a sachet in that and you just boil that particular noodles in the water. Then you pour the sachet. Then automatically you just get Maggi done after 2 minutes. Each and every time when you just cook this particular Maggi itself, it is of difference in the particular taste. It has a difference in the particular taste. So what is this particular slack variable and what is this particular surplus variable? Already we know we have ingredients also. We have ingredients. Let us consider Maggi, that block as the ingredient, and that sachet masala as the other ingredient, x1 and x2, right? X1 and x2. What is the slack variable? What is the slack variable is nothing but some of the things which you would have never ever thought, which will never ever visible to eyes itself, that will be considered as your slack variable. Like suddenly gas gets over while cooking, or suddenly somebody comes and it get burns. It get burnt in the stove itself, or something like the stove has gone off, or suddenly water is not enough. Now they ask you to pour some 2 tumblers of water, but you have taken 2 big tumblers or small tumblers. These things are said to be some of the invisible items, right? Some of the invisible items which is not known or which is not much important to the human nature. Apart from this, apart from this, there are certain other ingredients which you will never ever thought of that it would have affected the particular Maggi or the major product, whatever it is manufactured. So the first stage of this invisible sleeper cell is called as the slack variable, and the second stage, which we would have never thought at all. I think so. Everybody are aware of this particular Pahalgam incident, right? Tragedy, right? Everybody has come across that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
The previous night we were sitting idle, we were watching TV. nothing happened. Suddenly, something has happened because of somebody else or some external agencies. Now everybody are giving an interlink to everything, and which one to be believed, right? So we know that it is a terrorist attack. It is a terrorist attack which is called as the slack variable. And the next one, which group has done that? It is still more what to say? It's an hidden agenda. You cannot even judge. You cannot even judge. And moreover, everybody are aware of this particular Mumbai case also. Taj attack. Taj attack and Oberoi groups of hotel were attacked. Everybody are aware of that, right? Do you remember?
The Taj incident, yes, sir. We remember. Yeah.
Yeah. Did we ever think that some elderly person, we would have never thought such an accurate thing, such an pre-planned thing, somebody would have done that. Somebody would have done that particular aspect, but even that the person is of 16 years old, 15 years old, a small kid has done that. We have never ever thought about it. So these are said to be some of the surplus variables which will directly or indirectly affect our nature. Am I clear? Is this example enough about the slack variable and the surplus variable?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Can we go
example
forward?
is clear, but I have not understood that why are we taking M, and why did we take M from the question here? Previous question and this question almost looks similar to me right now, but I don't understand why is this there is a M here.
To your understanding, I'll make you clear, sir. You have a crafting industry, right? You have a
Yes, sir,
crafting
I have.
industry.
But sir, please tell me like clearly on this question itself because examples are actually confusing more now.
Okay,
I'm
fine.
trying to focus on the question here, but it's just getting
See,
confused.
very simple thing. Suppose if I want to increase something, suppose if I want to increase profit, directly I'll just include into my sales. So this is minimization. I need to cut down something. I need to cut down something means what I have to do is I need to increase certain aspect in the main part, main equation, and I'm going to reduce it literally from two more equations. So while maximizing, if you want to increase something, there is no hesitation of going for it. So you need some practical exposure for this to understand. See, okay, because purely it will be given as a problem, right? Purely it will be given as a problem. Consider the LP problem and it's solve it by using the big M method. Now, when talking about this particular maximization problem, I don't hesitate. This is a maximization problem here. To maximize this, to increase this, I need to reduce this one completely. Whatever it is, I need to reduce. I need to reduce. When I want to minimize this one, all of a sudden I cannot minimize. But like Surya sir, this month you had a budget of expenditure something around for your personal thing. I'm saying personal expenditure of something around 10,000 rupees. If you want to reduce that one, definitely you have to sacrifice some of the things which you are willing to do that or which you are much fond of doing that. That is the major difference between a maximized problem and a minimized problem. If
Yes,
I
I
want to
got my
increase,
answer.
you understood?
Yeah, because this simplex method, so we are doing it this way, and that is big M method, and then say in the question itself.
Uh, See, from the question, yeah, literally from the question you can understand, but they will just ask you to do and solve the LP problem. So from the symbols you have to understand. Maximize means symbols in this particular limit will be less than or equal to. Whereas in your minimization problem, when it is given it as a minimization problem, you have to go for your symbol verification. Simply they will be giving solve the LP model. Solve the LP model. So if it is there means minimization, you can use this one, right?
Okay, sir. Yes.
Fine. So I'll just move into the problem. Now I have included this one and I'm just going for my next constraint. Same condition only. My last problem, my entering variable preliminarily was to introduce the slack variables. Here what I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce the surplus variables right over here. Surplus variables right over here. So why I'm just including the surplus variables right over here is nothing but I'm just going to minimize this one where my concern for increase in certain things has to be implemented. Literally, when I just go for my slack variables right over here, it will be playing a role as a main part in the particular equation or iteration, right? So I'm just including my surplus variables right over here as my entering variable, and later let me see what will be the leaving variable and what is the entering variable. Now going to the first stage of iteration, you have your CB here, then CJ has been entered, then literally X1, X2, S1, S2, R1 and R2 solution, then you have your ratio. So my entering variable will be R1 and R2. So from the equation, I'm just taking and writing all the things. In this case, already I have introduced one particular value for it, which is called as M. So enter those values, which is not identifiable or which is not, I'm just going to keep it as infinity as of right now, and I'm going to calculate it. Now, when going for your first set of iteration, enter all those variables. Similar cases, I'm going to find out my Zj, which is nothing but M into 1, right? M into 1 plus M into 7, which is nothing but 8M. So I have it here. Then similarly, M into 1 plus M into 1, 2M. M into minus M plus M into 0 minus M. And similar to this. Kindly do not forget about the symbols in S1 and S2. It will be always minus. It will be always plus in the maximized problem. Now going for your M right over here. Sorry, Zj right over here. So M into 1 and M into 0, M and M. So 6 plus 14M, which is nothing but 20M right over here, and my ratio. How I'm going to find out my ratio? You will be having a small confusion right over how to calculate this M. Instead of that, you can just put it as 1 and equate and see whether which is greater or lesser. So here 2 minus 8M. After finding out Cj minus Zj, 2 minus 8M, then 3 minus 2M, then M, and we have minus 2M's right over here, M and M. So in this case, which one I have to identify? Do you remember? Which one I'll be selecting it here? Anybody? To identify the key column, which value should I select here? What is the criteria?
Maximum.
Yes, I need to identify which is the maximum. So I have identified this is the maximum right over here, right? maximum right over here. So using this one, I have identified my, sorry, I have identified my key column, which is nothing but it is this one. Now, after identifying that, 6 divided by 1 will be 6. Okay, 6 divided by 1. And this one, 14 divided by 7. 14 divided by 7, which will give me 2. So I have identified whichever value is lesser. So this one will be your lesser value. This one will be your lesser value, and this one will be your key column value, and this is your key row value. Okay, and this is your pivot element. Now what is the criteria? All the values should be positive. All the values should be positive right over this. Otherwise it should be equal to 0. It should be equal to 0 or it should be positive. That is the criteria for a minimization problem. When the iteration will be getting over, either 0 or it should be positive. For maximization, it should be 0 or negative values. So yeah, so I have just considered this one. Now my iteration 1, 2, 3 positive, 4, and there are some negative values here. I need to convert this one. So what I'm going to do, this will be an leaving variable. Okay, leaving variable, and I have my entering variable right over here. Which is the entering variable and which is the leaving variable? Please kindly tell me.
You are asking with the 2.19 table,
R2
sir?
is leaving variable.
Yeah, this one, 2.18, which is the leaving variable. I said leaving variable, which will be the entering variable here.
X1.
Good. So many people, what they will do, they will be having a confusion in this stage. So R2 will be leaving. Subsequent to it, we have the X1 right over here. That is the entering variable. Now, check out this one. Is it visible?
Yes, sir. It's visible, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I have my formula, which is nothing but old value divided by pivot element for the frozen row here. This is my key row here. So, what is my pivot element here? This is my pivot element. I'll use a different ink. So, this is my pivot element right over here. So, 7 divided by 7, which has been given as 1. So here 1 divided by 7, which has been given as 1 by 7. 0 divided by 7, 0. Then minus 1 divided by 7, minus 1. Then 0 will be 0. Then 1 by 7 and 14 by 2 will be 2 here. Right? Now, my entering variable I have calculated. Now you can just see here, this one also has gone. X1, which is equivalent to 2. 2 has been entered here. R1 values, I'm going to change it. What is the old values of R1? What you do is, you just have this one. This is your old value minus, put a hyphen. What is your pivot element? 7. And what is your key column value? Key column value will be same, which also will never be changing. Now, what you do is, this is your old value, right? Next, 1 minus 1 by 7, right? This is multiplication. Here you have to write key row also. The next one, minus 1 minus of 1 by 7. Then then comes your 0, right? Then comes your 1. 0 minus 1 by 7. Then you have your 1 again. 1 minus 1 by 7. Then you have 0 again. 0 minus 1 by 7. Then I'll write it here. 6 old value here. 6 minus 1 by 7. Now, key row value. Key row value alone will be changing. This is the first variable. Subsequent to it, what is the key row value? 7. So, 7 will be entering here. And here it is 1. And what is its subsequent value? 1 will be entering here. Then next, minus 1. What will be the key row value? 0. Then next, it is 0 and it is minus 1. So you can just see here 0 and subsequent key row value. Then comes 1 into 0. 0 is here. Then 0 I have entered here old value into this is 1 here. Then 6. 6 is here. Key column value is 1 and key row pivot element is 7. Key column value will be 14. You understood? Clear?
Yes, sir.
Right. So just try out this particular problem at your home. So this is 1 minus 7 by 7, which is nothing but 0. 1 minus 1, 0. I got my value. Then this one, second value. 1 minus 1 by 7, which is nothing but 7 minus 1 divided by 7, that is 6 by 7. So I got my second value. Then third one, minus of minus 0. So minus 1 is the value. Then 0 minus 1 by 7. So here also one minus is there. It will automatically become as positive 1 by 7. Then 1 minus 1 by 7 into 0, which is nothing but 1 here. Then later 0 and 1 by 7. So this is minus 1 by 7. Now calculating for this 6 minus, this is 2. So this is 2 here and this is 1. 6 minus 2, which is nothing but 4. I got my answer right over here. So R1 values I have entered. Now after that, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to find out the ZJ value. I'm going to find out the ZJ value. So how to find out ZJ value? M into, I'll write it here, M into 0 plus 2 into 1, which is nothing but 2. I have my value here. M into 0 becomes 0 plus this one is 2. Then next one, M into 6 by 7 plus 2 into 1 by 7. So 6 by 7 M plus 2 by 7. Keep it in the fraction itself. That will be easy for you. If you are using, you are allowed to use calculators, right?
Yes, sir.
So if you use scientific calculators, you just keep it as a fraction. That will be easy for this particular problem. Then likewise, m into minus 1, 2 into 0. So minus m. Then after that, m by 7. So m into 1 by 7 minus 2 by 7. Then you have the next one, m, then 0 into 2. So m alone is the answer. Then next one, minus m by 7 plus 2 by 7. So that will become as your answer. Find out your Cj and Zj value. 2 minus 2, 0. Then 3 minus this particular value, 6 by 7 m plus 2 by 7. So normally you will be getting a value of minus here, right over here, minus of anything. So minus of anything will become as minus only. Then here, what is the Cj value? 0 minus of m. So positive, it has changed. So here also 0 minus m by n. Then here. Now when you just consider all these things, your digits has been converted into positive values. Your digits has been converted into positive values, and your iteration is completed by this particular stage. Your iteration is completed by this particular stage. So what will be the answer? Your solution x1 will be, what is x1? What is the solution for x1? Can you understand?
That last obtained x1 is 6 they are given, sir. How?
Yeah.
Yeah, that I don't know how to. That is, I need to identify how. I'm not able to catch that point. Last point.
S2 is 28. They have said.
Okay.
This is the answer.
No.
Break it up.
I'm just saying how to identify that x1 answer, sir. Lastly, that's what I'm.
Solution here from
Okay.
here.
Okay.
From the solution, I'm going to identify that. Okay, I'll just show you the problem itself. Now you just try to capture this. I got the answer. Now how this x1 has become as 6? A small guess only. Please try it out. Please try it out. Any idea?
Whether are they considering the numerator values, sir, by any chance? That Cj minus R Zj or in Zj, it is having some numerator as 6, sir. I think so.
No. The iteration is not completed. Iteration is not completed. Actually,
Okay.
I have just taken for 2 iterations. Iteration is not still more completed.
Oh, okay. Sir.
That's what I'm asking you. Whether the iteration is completed or not. Is this iteration complete? What is the criteria? It should be 0 or
Positive.
positive. Are there positive values here?
Not all of them are positive, sir. There are some negatives here.
Yes. So iteration is getting continued. That's what I'm asking you. Whether to stop the iteration or not. That's why a small guess I said.
Okay.
Understood?
Okay. Understood, sir. Now it's understood, sir. Yep.
Okay, fine. Now check out this one. Now m minus 2, right? 4 iterations are going, and always remember in mind, see, when your iterations will be completely stopping is when your surplus and slack variable should go outside and your main variable should come into the scenario. Now this R1 goes away, and you can just see right over here x2 came. After that process also, your completion, your main variables came inside, and still the iteration is not complete. Then you have your leaving variable x2, where your S2 is coming into the scenario. When X2 is coming into the scenario, that's why you just got the solution as 28, 6, and its representative as x1 for 6 and x2. X2 is 0 right over here. Now they have considered number of packet. This is a haphazard problem. X2 is 0 here. I don't get any x2 from here, so it is considered as 0 here, and my solution for S2 alone is 28. That is what is given in this particular problem. Can you understand? Right. Anybody having trouble with this particular calculation, please tell me. That is leaving variable, entering variable, only one formula is there. Remember, only one formula, old value divided by pivot element. Then replacing, the next one, replacing values, it will be having the formula old value minus key column value into key row value divided by pivot element. These two things alone will be jumping for the entire column. Understood? So can we just go into the next one, or any doubts? You just ask me. I'll just finish off the Floyd's algorithm. Simple steps. Can we go into the next?
Yes, sir. You can go ahead, sir.
Yeah. See, yesterday I have just given you some contents like this. Floyd's algorithm, right? 4 dot Floyd's algorithm. Okay. Let me consider this one. This is networking. First method of the networking problem. Now we have seen about the linear programming, Big M method, as well as we have seen about the simplex method. Transportation, 3 models we have seen. Vogel's approximation, northwest corners rule, and least cost method. Yeah, thank you. Then assignment problem, Hungarian method we have seen. So all these problems, that is transportation and Hungarian, balanced or not, you have to check. Right? Now, going to your networking, you would have seen something like this, or something like this particular picture also. So in your book, it will be available. This particular picture you would have seen. Very simple. Starting exclusively, who is powered by this is nothing but Amazon and Swiggy. Exclusively Swiggy will be powered with this. Which way to reach, or Uber or Ola taxis, nearest place to reach to safeguard the petrol, travel timing, then quality of the customer. So to maintain all these things, your network diagram will be much essential. These circles are said to be nodes, different nodes, and the arrow marks are said to be your path of traveling. If I want to reach from 1 to 7, I can reach through 2 places. Right over here, 1, 3, and 7. So B and F will be added. 1, 4, and 7. So which is the shortest path? I'm not able to understand from the picture. Instead of this, I'm going to do a particular thing which is called as the Floyd's algorithm. You have your Kruskal's and you have your Prim's method also, right? So this Floyd's algorithm, there is a stage. There is a stage of working out this particular problem. Let me just consider here, and I'll just work out the problem right over here itself. You can see the problem. So from A to C, it takes 3. Okay, 3 kilometers. Let me keep it as 3 kilometers. From A to C, it is 3 kilometers. C to D, it is 1 kilometer. And D to A, it is 6 kilometers. C to B is 7 kilometers. B to A is 2 kilometers. Now, I don't have a direct path from A to D. Only this arrow is forcing this one. If an opposite arrow is shown, when the arrow mark is upside down, both the conditions are there, means I can consider this 6. But I don't know about what is the distance between A to D. Right? how to travel. Then B to D, I don't know how to travel. Then A to B. So B to A is 2, A to B, I don't know. Then A to C is 3, C to A, I don't know how to travel. So I'm going to consider this one as infinity, right? I'm going to consider this one as infinity, and I'm going to find out the best route out of it. Now, for doing this one, I'm going to frame a matrix for this. See here, I'm going to frame a matrix for this. So in this case, I'm just taking A, B, C, and D. Here also A, B, C, and D. So A to A, I don't have anything. B to B, I don't have anything. C to C, and D to D. I'm going to frame a matrix. Can I just travel from B to A? B to A, yes, I can travel. The number is 2. Can I travel from A to B? A to B? No. So I'm just keeping that one as infinity. A to C? Yes, 3 I can go. Then A to D? I don't know. So I'm just keeping it as infinity. B to C? I'm just keeping it as infinity. Then again infinity. C to A? Infinity. C to B is 7. And C to D is 1. Then you have 6. That is D to A, then infinity and infinity. You understood the first step?
Yes, sir.
You understood this step? Everybody?
Yes, sir. Understood, sir. Yes.
Yeah. Now, after doing this particular step, second stage, I'm going to freeze the first column and the first row. I'm not going to change anything. I'm going to find out which is the highest value, which is the lowest value, and I'm going to enter the particular time space for it, right? How I'm going to enter that one. Now, check out this one. This is your previous initial stage, right? This is your initial stage. For this, I'll try to use Excel here. Otherwise, so this is the problem. Kindly don't consider this one. Colors. This is the first iteration I'm going to do right over here. Okay, I'll just try to explain this one. Then we'll just move on to the next and all. Okay, this is my base. I have already entered right over here. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to freeze this particular 2 cells, right? I'm going to freeze these 2 particular cells. That is why I have highlighted in the red color. So I'm just going to freeze this particular cells and going to find out what is going to happen in the next upcoming cells. So write it as such. And is there any change in this value? What is the prevailing value right over here? Prevailing value right over here is infinity. And subsequent to it, write an addition of it. 3 plus 2. What is available in the upper cell? 3. Can I just reach? The question is, I need to reach from B to C. So, I have a condition right over here. So, if I'm just traveling through A also, if I'm traveling through A and I can reach C also, right? So, 3 plus 2, which is the least value? So 5. So 5 has been entered here, right? Then next, infinity, right? Infinity is already prevailing there. Adjacent to it is 2 plus infinity. Now 2 is here, infinity is here. Which is the least value? Again, I'm considering infinity as the least value, because 2 plus infinity will be greater value, right? Then I have this particular 7 right over here, right? I have this particular 7 right over here, and the old value is 7 and 3 plus infinity. Now I'm just going to change this one as 7 right over here. Then later 1. This is infinity plus infinity. So 1 is the least value. So I'm just going to enter it here. So here infinity, 6 plus infinity will give me just infinity, where 6 plus infinity will be greater 1. Now here infinity will be the older value and 6 plus 3 will be 9. So this will be cancelled and you have to write it as 9. Can you understand this step? Can you understand?
Sir, once again, sir, please.
Yeah,
Once
I'll
again,
come
sir.
from the beginning.
Please, sir.
You have any classes more than this?
No,
Can
sir,
you
this
just
must
share
be
me?
the last one.
No, sir, this will be the last. Yeah.
Okay.
Sir, after this, there's one more lecture till 5 o'clock.
You have lecture?
Yes, sir. Last lecture is in today, so it is till 5 o'clock. Yesterday also it was till 5
Fine,
o'clock.
fine. Just give me some 10 minutes. I'll finish up this problem. Just 10 more minutes to move. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to frame this one as a matrix A, B, C, and D. This one is A, B, C, and D. So from A to A, nil. B to B is nil. C to C is nil. And D to D is nil. So can I travel from A to B? A to B, no, I cannot travel, infinity. Then A to C, yes, I can travel, 3. And A to D, I cannot travel, arrow mark, opposite arrow mark. Kindly do consider the arrow marks. If you just make it ulta, then automatically your problem will be in vain. Now, B to A. B to A is 2 here. Then B to C. B to C. No, I cannot travel, infinite. Then B to D. B to D. That is also infinite. Then C to A. C to A, can I travel? No, I cannot, infinite. C to B. Yes, 7. Then C to D. Yes, 1. D to A. Yes, 6. D to B. D to B, infinite. D to C, infinite. Everybody understood this step, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, what I have to do here is, I need to go to, what is my ultimate criteria is nothing but, I need to remove all these infinities. I need to remove all these infinities and make some or bring some values right over here, which is of least path, right? So first stage is over. Now I'm just highlighting this one. You are going to freeze this one and keep it as such. This is your second stage, right? So you have your A, now this is keep it as such, infinity 6, infinity 3, and infinity, right? So here also dash dash and you have a dash here. So here this one I have to fill it right over here. So what is the old value here? Infinity. And adjacent to it I can travel. What is the adjacent to it is nothing but there is a 3 here which I'm just freezing, right? Add that one with your other freezing value 2. So infinity, that will give you infinity comma 5. Whichever is the least value, enter it here. Right. Next, I'm going to play with this value. Old value is infinity and the adjacent value. Infinity is here, 2 is here. So I'm just taking that 2 plus infinity. Which is the least value to be considered? Again, infinity only. So I'm just feeding my infinity again. Now, C to B. C to B. Already 7 is here. Yes. Already 7 is there. And here infinity. And this one is also infinity. Infinity plus infinity. So I'm just going to take that value 7. Whichever is the least value, I'm going to enter it. So 1. 1 is here. Here also infinity and infinity. What is the old value? 1. Infinity and infinity. So I'm just going to take that particular 1 right over here. Here infinity is there, right? Infinity here. D to B. Infinity, comma 6. 6 is here and adjacent to it plus infinity. So which is the least value here? Which is nothing but again infinity. Here old value is infinity, comma upper value 3 and 6 adjacent frozen values. 6 plus 3, which will be 9. So my second iteration is completed. Right? Now I'm going for my third iteration. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to freeze the second row and second column. Keep it as such. Keep it as such. Again, I'll start from here. A, B, C, D. Here B, C, and D. So here I'm going to keep it as such. 2 hyphen 5 and infinity. This one is infinity, 7 and infinity. Again, I'm going to re-verify and I'm going to check out what is going to happen. Now, this value, A to C. So, what is the old value? It is 3 here, comma. 3 here means adjacent to it, 5 plus this one is infinity. Which is the old value, which is the least value? 3. Then, this value, infinity is the old value. Adjacent to it is a infinity and infinity. Infinity plus infinity. Again, infinity only. Then C to A. Infinity is there. Infinity is there. Old value is infinity and 7 and 2. Adjacent to it. 7 plus 2, which is nothing but 9. It has changed to 9. Then 1 is here. 1 is here. What is the adjacent value? 1 comma 7 plus infinity, which is nothing but 1. Then you have the old value 6 comma infinity plus 2. So I'm just taking the least value 6 again. Then I have 9 as the old value, infinity, and this is 5. So I'm just going to take 5 plus infinity, which is the least value. So I'm just going to take that one. Right? Understood?
Yes.
Now, going to the next stage. Freeze the third column. Freeze the third column. Now, again, A, C, and B. A. Now, infinity. I'm going to keep this one as such. 3, 5, 9, then 9, 7. You can simultaneously see that certain values are replaced from infinity to some digits, right? So I'm going to freeze this one. Now I'm going to find out for A to B, this one, right? So what is the old value? It is infinity. Here adjacent to it is 7 and 3. 7 plus 3, 10. So 10 is the least value. Here it is infinity, comma 1 and 3. 1 plus 3. So 4 will be the value, least value. Here it is, the old value is 2. This is 5 plus 9. 5 plus 9 is 14. Which is the least value? Enter that one. See, Certain cases only infinity will be coming. In other cases, 2 digits will be there. Whichever is the least value, you just understand that one and you can just write it down. Then here, infinity is the old value, right? And this is 5 plus 1, 6. So this has been converted as 6. Then 6 is the old value here. 9 plus 9, 18. So again, 6 will be the least value. Here infinity, and this is 9 plus 7 here. 9 plus 7, which is 16. So 16 will be the least value. After considering all these things, this stage is over. Now I'm going to freeze the other one. End, till the end I'm going to do this. That is till all the values are changing to changing from infinity to your digits. And still more, I have certain verifications whether I can reach the place in a shortest path. So A, B, C and D. Here 6, 16 and 9. So again I'm just re-verifying. What is the old value? 10, comma 4 plus 16. 4 plus 16 will be 20. Again here 10. So this is old value 3 here. 9 plus 4, again it will be 3 only. Here it is 2. This is 2 plus 6, 12. So again 2 only here. Then 5 here. 9 plus 6, 11. So again 5 here. Now 9 here, right? 9 here. Just see this one old value. There will be a change in this particular previous table. 9 is the old value. 6 plus 1, 7. So 7, it will be changing from 9 to 7. So 7 is here. 16 plus 1, 17. So 7 is the least value. Now I got my entire matrix which is filled right over here. I can just draw a picture and see. If I'm just going from A to B, B to C or something, whatever it is, I have got the full picture of it. I have found out the answer. Now you can just see. 1 minute. Okay, this is my picture which has been given. Now I'm going to construct the model for this. Construct the model for this from this particular picture, right? So just see this one. Can I go from A to B? Yes, definitely I can go from A to B, which is 10. Can I go from A to C? Yes, I can. So which is 3. Can I go from A to D? Yes, I can go by the means of 4. So can I go from B to A? B to A? Yes, I can go. The mode is 2. Then I can go from B to C? Yes, I can go to. This is 5. And can I go from B to D? Yes, I can go. The mode is, sorry, the distance is 6. Then C to A. C to A, again this side, which is 7. And C to B, again. This is also 7, right? And C to D, which is 1. And D to A, this direction, D to A, 6, right? 6 is already there. Then D to B, yes, D to B I can go 16. D to C, 9. D to C is 9. Can you understand this particular problem? Is it easy, Floyd's algorithm?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, kindly just we just try to meet in the next week possible. This particular problem, game theory. I have given you the explanation here. Two strategies are there: pure strategy and mixed strategy. Pure strategy and mixed strategy. So explanations I have given here completely, just with the
Sure.
industrial example also.
Very
So thank you. Any doubts? So next
Next
faculty
week
will be
also
waiting.
classes is there, sir?
Ma'am?
Next week also we will have a classes or not, sir?
I'm not sure about that, ma'am.
Actually, today, this week is the last class according to the timetable which they are provided from the DD, sir. So we are not also sure from ourselves also. That's why we asked.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll just find out and let you know. If you have any doubts related to this particular game theory, I'll voice tag you. You ask your questions. I'll just voice tag you, make you understand. Kindly give me the snapshot of it from your mobile or a screenshot and ask your questions. I'll clear it immediately. Don't hesitate. You can disturb me anytime.
Okay,
Thank you.
sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, any paper, sir?
Pardon me, sir?
CBCS.
Sir, you post it in the group
Sir,
so that I
what
can
about
send
the
you.
graphical method, sir?
Graphical method is also there, ma'am. You just have a look at that. You just ask me whenever you are feeling doubts. I'll just rectify that.
Okay, sir.
Those are simple terminologies. These are the important problems which you will be getting. Game theory. Uh, Major is simplex, linear programming, and transportation and assignment.
Hello, good evening, everyone.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, ma'am.
Okay. So yesterday we have completed about business and environmental ethics, and we are into professional ethics topic now, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So far, you have anything to share or any doubts you have? No, right?
No, ma'am. Can proceed, ma'am, today.
So all of you are feeling tired. Is it so?
No, ma'am.
Yes,
We are
ma'am.
ready for the class, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. I know it's Sunday and yeah. Okay. So we start with professional ethics today, right? So what is professional ethics? And this is the last class for your information. I heard that you are having doubts. Today is your last session, and this is the last session actually. Okay.
Yeah, ma'am, that was the issue because we don't know when the question paper will be uploaded on the website and when the result will come, when the exams will start.
What question paper to be uploaded on the website?
Ma'am,
Previous
CBCS
year question.
pattern.
Actually, till 2022 only is still there, ma'am. That's why
Yeah,
we
latest
were.
question papers are missing.
Yeah.
And
I
after
gave
this
you the
whole
business ethics
separation
for
will
those
happen in
who
the
have
subject.
asked, right?
Ma'am, we need all the subjects, ma'am. Question
Okay.
paper.
Okay. I'll just escalate it to the authorities when possible. I think we will upload it. Okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
ma'am.
ma'am,
Sure,
because
ma'am.
recently with the once the subject is separated now, it's becoming very difficult to understand how much, what style of questions will come, how much will be the theoretical, how much will be the numerical.
See, 75 marks is for external exam. Okay.
No, ma'am, that is fine. The thing is, for example, this research subject.
Okay. I don't get you the problem. What is it?
No, ma'am. What he's trying to say is that
This
previously it was
operational
only
research
five
subject,
subjects.
it
Okay.
is like sir have taught us all the numericals only. So we don't know if there's also some theory coming or not in that question paper.
Yeah, theory questions will be there. There is no doubt. See, for the
Ma'am,
proportion of how many theory questions and how much will be practical, you just check your study materials in the syllabus page. In the second page, you will have the syllabus of the paper. Under the syllabus, if you see, there will be the proportion of what kind, how many theory questions and how much practical will be there. Okay? It is there in the syllabus. You can check it in your study material itself.
ma'am, it is
Yes,
not
yes, I
mentioned in
can.
study
It is
material,
not
ma'am.
available in syllabus, ma'am.
But any question, it is theory come practicals only. Theory questions also will be asked. It is no subject is totally practicals. Okay. Most of the papers are theory oriented only, including operation research. You have to study the theory part of that paper also. Okay, and for the CBCS pattern and 75 marks, don't worry about the latest question paper. You just go through the question paper that is available in the website in the old pattern itself. The same pattern is applicable for you also. Only the marks is decreased to 75. Okay, there is no new pattern for your CBCS system. Only the marks are getting decreased because it is getting divided into internal and external.
Okay, ma'am. Understood,
Okay.
ma'am. You can go
Okay.
with the class, ma'am.
Yeah. So you don't have to worry about that. You don't have a paper on CBCS pattern, right?
Okay, ma'am. We
Okay.
don't need to worry. Yeah,
Right.
sure. Yeah.
Okay. So we come to professional ethics. See, professional ethics, particularly, we have developed only for very few professions. But if you ask in the general, like every profession has its own ethical standards. Like, that's why in the first class we saw that every culture has a way of how the definition of ethics for that particular profession acts. See, for example, in India, any business, you can see they will be having a spirituality in the business house itself. Every place where the cash box will be kept, if you see, there will be some photos of God on the top, and every Friday or something they will start doing the puja. So this is how they try to incorporate ethics into the business system. So like that, every profession has. For example, any occupation where in previous day, from the ancient time, if you take the Varnashram, any occupation is taught with ethics, and some culture has a profit-oriented ethical standard. Some culture have service-oriented business. So, but every profession, my point is, every profession has a ethical standard set. It depends on the individual who is conducting that particular business to apply that ethical standard into the business or not. So we have some popular professional ethics where we follow in the education system itself. Like for management, we have business ethics. For law, there is legal ethics, medical ethics, media, journalism, social media ethics, engineering ethics, and accounting. Particularly for these broadly classified occupations, if you see, the ethics are actually devised, and as a syllabus it is taught in the education level itself before getting it into the real time. If you see, these some of these are not properly, what do you say, it is not properly distributed. What would be, say for example, if you take in this list itself, social media is a new age ethics. Social media ethics is not yet properly devised or properly distributed, or the awareness is very low with the people. Because if you take this example of social media, it is like a, you have a mask and you can be anonymous in the social media. So when you become anonymous, your identity is hidden. People can show the reality. They want to show what they feel without any inhibitions, or they want to be cruel or show the evil side. You can see that so many, what do you say, unwanted or very unpleasant things happening because of this not following the ethics of social media, right? I would like to quote only on recent examples how this ethicality has to be followed. Recently, there was one viral video of a baby falling down in the sunshade of a particular apartment, and how the people from the apartment is helping to get the baby down, like they were having a carpet or cloth to catch the baby if they fall. And actually, how the baby was rescued is one person from a balcony has climbed and rescued the baby. Okay, this happened. This is a very common incident. It's a, what do you say, it's an accident. Like the baby has been fallen into the sunshade. That's all. But after this video has been taken and it has become viral, there was so much bullying on the parents of the baby that they have been very careless with the baby and they should not have. But so many comments, because the people doesn't know the real person, right? They don't know the real situation. Only the clip what they see. That is what matters. You know what was the consequence of the social media bullying? The mother of that baby committed suicide. This is a fact. This is a news that recently happened within some 2-3 months. I don't remember the exact time. Within 2-3 months, this happened. If this social media ethics is commonly distributed, the awareness is created and followed by the people, we could have avoided these kind of things. So that is why any profession, if you take, following the ethical codes become very important one, right? So this is what, like the next one is, okay. Are you able to see the screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Right. So now if you take this one as where the ethics has to be developed, like the cyber age. We are getting into the cyber age and we are facing another one important thing called artificial intelligence. The growth of artificial intelligence and the growth of artificial intelligence, I won't say this has happened suddenly, but the distribution of artificial intelligence, Thakur, you have to mute your mic. Okay. Invention and development is on one side, but distribution of this invention and development to the common public is another one side. That's what we say, that knowledge is always a double-edged sword. That is why if you see in the Gurukul method, that's a story that the Guru knows how much to be given to a particular person. It won't be common. It won't be equal. That is why they say it has to be, the knowledge has to be shared, knowledge has to be distributed in a place where it is necessary. Unwanted knowledge is always a danger, and this has happened with the cyber age. What happened after the search engines have been developed so fast, the content is pouring out into the public domain, and the authenticity of the content, whether it is true or not, who will monitor? That monitoring system has not been properly developed. Do you get my point? So if one side we are developing so fast, the development has to be checked on one side, right? That side is not developed. So this is why the cyber age has brought a lot of good things, as well as, more than the good things, a lot of bad things also along with the development. So artificial intelligence is one such new problem everyone is facing along with the cyber age. What is that? Just if you see the three things only I've given you: privacy invasion, jobs depletion, and the knowledge distribution. Right? If see, for example, what do you say? How to assemble a gun? This was the most searched article by age group, which is very low. This is one statistics. Can you believe this? This is happening. And I don't want to name other things. What would be the most searched thing? Right? So, the knowledge is so much out there. But whether the knowledge is right or wrong, I wouldn't say knowledge, information. The information has been so much out there. Whether the information is checked for its authenticity, whether it is truth or not, it is not there. Whom it should be allowed, that is the target audience, who can access it and who cannot. That monitoring system is not in place. The accessibility with the affordableness, whether you have to pay any money's worth. Why it is important, when you are paying, the value of that particular information is, the value when you pay. But when the information is free online, you are not paying anything. So, you don't have any value attached to it. When you don't attach any value to that information, the usage need not be justified. Can you follow?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
That is why, see, I told the example of that. See, if you are buying something, paying thousands of rupees, you will cherish it. You will know the worth of it. But all the things you are acquiring online is free. The knowledge and the facts, informations are free. So, the usage, the good usage are for the social goodness, whatever it is. The worth of that product, information, is free. So you are not justifying the usage of it. You think that you can use it anywhere, anything like. So there comes the problem in that. Privacy invasion is the first thing. See, we are asked about our privacy details in all the sites wherever you go, right? The terms and conditions are very small. They ask your birth date, your gender, your place of living. They say that they can locate your place, where you are moving, what is you are buying. They are collecting all the information. And what do they say? Some of your information can be shared by the collector, whether it is the app developer or the search engine, whoever it may be. You never know where it goes, how it is used. Right? This is one kind of privacy invasion. You are influenced. That is what majorly the business is using it for. For example, when just you try this, okay, when your phone is nearby, you talk to your friend with your phone nearby. Don't switch on the phone. Just to say that you are interested in buying a particular product, say a handbag of a particular brand or a face wash of a particular brand. You just say that few times, and then see, whenever you open an app, you will see the advertisements related to that particular product will be shown to you. Have any one of you experienced this?
Yes, ma'am.
Any of you are there or all of you are gone?
Yes, ma'am. I received, ma'am.
Yes, thank you, Abhinaya. Like that, I would like to say, just to say yes, but I want to know how many of you are there.
I am here, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Siva is there. Thakur is
Present,
there.
ma'am.
Thank
Present,
you.
ma'am.
Then,
Madam, available, madam.
very good. Jayashree, Jinendra, thank you. That is enough for me, right? Okay. So, this happens, right? So, this is how the privacy is getting invasive. The privacy invasion is that. Then, jobs depletion. I need not say that because many of you are working in software. So, you know better than me how the jobs are getting depleted because of artificial intelligence. one beautiful example right now we have is a, what is it called, Ghibli art or something, where just you have to give your photo and artistic thing comes out, right, by the app. How many artists are going to lose their job? You don't want artists anymore, right? Because a Ghibli can be creative. It is thinking like a man. It is giving you a lot of options, right? So you don't have an artist. So in the same way, there are so many things. Like even I heard in one thing that the surgery methods are taught to AI, and now the surgeons, in place of surgeons are getting replaced by robotic hands, because the precision of the robotic hands is too high when compared to the manual hands, right? So job definition where it is reaching to the level of surgeons, right? And no need to say about teachers. Teachers are easily getting replaced because AI teach more better than us. If you ask a doubt, if I don't know, I have to recollect, I have to check the thing and say. But AI can immediately give you. Meta, right? You have meta everywhere. So meta is one sort of which is collecting all the information, analyzing on behalf of you, and summarizing it in a way that you will understand. Can you believe this is happening? If you say that my level of English is low, you have to give me in simple words. Meta can give you in simple words. It can give you in the regional language. Translators are no more necessary. No need for translators, right? So this is how the cyber age has to check for the ethical codes to be developed for the cyber age. This is one problem where the ethics area is totally getting damaged and we have to check for it, right? Then the next one, the cyber age, this continuation of cyber age itself. The other unethical problem everyone faces, hacking and phishing, right? And recently we have lot of what do you say, spammers, or like recent one of the thing where even the RBI has to interfere and send you messages on that. What is that? Can anyone say? Even the RBI has to intervene in that.
Cyber arrest, ma'am.
What is that?
Cyber arrest.
Yeah, cyber arrest, or it is called as digital arrest. See the terminologies, new terms are coming out. So far we have never heard of the cyber arrest or digital arrest. It's very common that the central bank has to intervene and say that kindly don't get spammed by digital arrest. So what is the volume of that phishing has been? So government has to intervene, the bank has to intervene. See, so this is how hacking and phishing has become very, very common all over the world, not only in India. But in India, what happens, the human resource is also highly available. So what happens? You have all the red flags in India. You have everything. You can sit in a remote corner and act as anything and pose a danger to the people who have money. So this is how hacking and phishing is another one unethical happening. So how they do that? The data breach, right? They can get into any website, they can get into a database of any organization, and the data gets breached and all the data are stolen. Then they can sell it to other companies, foreign companies also, because data is like gold nowadays. Data mining is one big industry happening everywhere, which is not on the limelight. People doesn't know there is an industry called data mining, which is happening in the underworld, right? We don't know that. Cyber crimes, that's what we are talking about. Cyber crimes is not only stealing money, stealing identity, and so many things are happening. So cyber crimes, you have to open the newspaper and see how many cyber crimes are there. Psychological attacks. Just now I told you about that, right? Psychological attacks. Just when you are vulnerable, they catch you and blackmailing or all these things are psychological attacks. And cyber warfare. Cyber warfare is not these spammers or hackers, organization or a particular industry, a organization attacking the other organizations. That is cyber warfare, country to country or organization to organization, individual to individual. This is attacking through the cyber. Then ethical hacking, there is one word, that's why I given the question mark. Ethical hacking is a word. What is ethical hacking? Ethical hacking is when you hack for good intention. For example, say to solve a crime, If the police department itself is using the hacking methods, it's called as ethical hacking to solve crimes, right? So these are all very happen. Hackers are hired in many countries in the police department itself. They hire the hackers. Why? The developers know how to develop. The hackers know how to break it. If you want to stop the breakage, then you should have a hacker in your team. That is what the logic behind that. So this is what another one important problem in the cyber age. And there are even types of hackers, black hat, gray hat, and white hat. You know what's the difference? Black hat are hackers, gray hat which can do both the black and white hackers are ethical hackers. So these are the types of hacking that has come into. So the cyber age is bringing in a lot of new understandings, terminologies. Right. The next thing is, okay, so far we have seen unethical happenings in the business. So we are coming to the new topic. Any doubts so far?
No, madam.
No, ma'am.
Okay. I think all of you are exhausted and tired. That is why, okay, if you are not able to follow anything, you can just stop me. Okay, I understand. The next one is corporate governance. Next topic is corporate governance. Corporate governance is the ethical way to save, safeguard the interest of the stakeholders of the organization. Who are all the stakeholders? The shareholders, directors, those who are not taking part in the day-to-day activities of the organization, right? All of them, inclusive of government. Government is also a stakeholder, the suppliers, consumers, all of them. So corporate governance is a setup which helps to safeguard all these people who are involved in the organization, but who doesn't have a voice to take decisions or not taking part in the day-to-day activities, right? That is what corporate governance is about. So what is corporate governance and what it does? Adequate disclosures and effective decision making. That is the important purpose of corporate governance. Okay, because if you give everything to the people who are running the organization, the transparency will be very low. That is why corporate governance makes sure that what is happening in the organization is known to everyone. So that is what transparency in the business transactions, statutory and legal compliances. Corporate governance is the monetary board of the organization to see that they are abiding by the law, protection of shareholder interest, commitment to values and ethical conduct of business. Apart from legality, there are something called ethical way of conducting the business. That is what the corporate governance will take care in the organization. Okay, what is the framework of CG corporate governance? The Ministry of Corporate Affairs. It comes under the corporate governance comes under the Ministry of Corporate Affairs and SEBI, Securities and Exchange Board of India. Okay, because SEBI takes care of the shareholders, how the shares are sold and how the shareholders are taken care of. So this is the framework of CG, and how this corporate governance framework was built by two important committees are there. One is the Cadbury Committee report of 1992 based on that, and the Kumar Mangalam Birla Committee on corporate governance on 1999. These two committees are the important committees which gave report on how the corporate governance should be conducted in an organization. So what is this corporate governance? Corporate governance is the center point of any organization. So what is it made of? Vision, mission, strategy, objectives and goals. All these are part of corporate governance. They have to take care of. How this is working? Board of directors and committees are formed through corporate governance. How the board of directors are formed? All the shareholders are called for the general body meeting and they will be asked to vote. Right? It is a voting system, but only the difference between our voting system and CG voting system is here it is one person, one vote. But in CG, in organizations, one share, one vote. If I hold 1,000 shares, my vote is equivalent to 1,000 votes. Okay, that is how. That is why the major shareholder becomes the director because he can vote for himself. Right? So, like this, many people will contest for becoming directors. The shareholders will vote, and directors are elected. And out of the directors, one become the managing director. So, all the directors form a board, and it is called as board of directors. Right? And the board of directors will take care of the conduct of business like legality, how to form the policies and procedures, what are the documents that should be disclosed to the public domain, and how the organogram has to be designed, hierarchy of the organization, All these things will be taken care by the board of directors, and they are representative of the shareholders, right? But in the day-to-day activities and conduct of business, they will not interfere. What is the liaising between the corporate governance and the day-to-day management is this. See, that is why, see, corporate governance is given in a circle. Why? Because all are equal. There is no hierarchy in corporate governance. Board, it doesn't have a hierarchy. Only one person is head, that's all. But management has a hierarchy. One person will be managing director and managers will be there. And where is the point to show you? You can see that organogram, right? And all the employees will be down. So this is how the management works. So here it is. Just wait 1 second. Here, can you see the pointer now? This is the managing director. Okay, this point. Right. See, this is the managing director post. Okay, and here is the middle level management, and this is the organogram that is following. All the laborers, workers will be here. So what is the implication? You know, this corporate governance, this is the directors. Out of them, this managing director is the liaising between these two. He is a bridge between these two. He will attend the corporate governance board also. He will attend the management also. So he is a bridge between corporate governance and this. And sometimes the middle level management also falls under the corporate governance. Okay. So, but the lower level management and the lower level people will not know what is happening in the corporate governance. So this is what a corporate governance and the management do. These box are executive directors, and these managers will not be on the board. These executive directors can be managers also in the day-to-day activities. That is how a corporate governance works. And there will be an audit committee in the organization to take care of the ethical activities. You know, 1 second, there is this. Okay, right. Okay. Right. So this audit committee is also a part of corporate governance. Audit committee is also see the constituency of the audit committee is by independent persons, right? How the independent persons are selected? By the board of directors, and they will be in rotation after 3 years, or according to the memorandum of the article of the organization, the person will be changed on rotation. And there will be internal reporting mechanism. The audit committee will be auditing the accounts of the organization, and internal reporting will be there. They will be reporting to the corporate governance. The management will be audited, and report will be submitted to the corporate governance. Decide the scope of external. Once the internal audit is over, then the external audit will happen, right? So what is the scope of that external audit? These people will decide. So these people are responsible for operations and officers assessment. Okay. So this finance part of the organization is also taken care by the corporate governance like this. And corporate governance has another one component called independent directors. They are non-executive directors. What are non-executive directors? Who will not take part in the management of the organization are called non-executive directors. They will not be related to the company as any supplier or shareholder, right? So they will be just to monitor what is happening, because even a shareholder who is becoming a director will have vested interest. He will want the company to flourish, right? So if there is any unethical happening, that person also will not voice out. So after the Satyam scandal, the independent directors idea has come, and that policy is implemented. So every company will have independent director who is not a substantial shareholder. So he will monitor the ethical happenings of the organization. So this is about the corporate governance. Okay. Any doubts in this?
No, ma'am.
Okay, can we continue, because it's the last class, so I would like to see whatever is possible today. That is why, if you have any doubts, you can stop me at any time. Okay.
Okay, ma'am. Now we can proceed to next.
Okay, right. The next topic is CSR, corporate social responsibility. Right? What is corporate social responsibility? We discussed yesterday itself. They have the responsibility to give back to the society, because whatever they are earning is from the society by the people. So CSR has become a mandate policy now. So how the CSR is understood, you know, viability of the organization, livable of the organization, equitable. These three are the major policies that comprises the CSR. So who are getting benefits of this? People. The society gets a benefit of CSR. Economy, because it is coming back to the society, the cash flow is better, and the planet, earth, environment is getting better. So CSR takes care of these three components. So it is by the organization towards. So CSR is see on the stakeholders, is not only to the earth or the society, it is also to the shareholders and the insider, the employees also. Okay, so CSR can be towards everyone. See, local community, environment, employees, shareholders, suppliers, customers, and even government. That is society. Okay, so CSR can be focused on many. Anyone have? Some of you have raised your hands. I think. Any question?
Yes, I want to just add one point.
Yes.
Yesterday we discussed about CSR is not mandatory, but there is a provision under Companies Act 2013 where it is mandated.
Just now I told you CSR is made as mandate.
Yes.
Every company has to have CSR. That is why just now I told you it is there. But it is not that you have to give back to the society only. Even if you are doing it for the employee welfare, it is taken as a CSR. Right? So CSR has lot of ways, dimensions. It is not that you have to give only to environment of the society, or you have to build a school like that. If you are taking care of your shareholders, suppliers, or employees, that is also a part of CSR. Okay? CSR can be having many dimensions. Okay, it is not only local community, as I'm saying, it can be to any community. You can spend for someone in faraway communities also. Okay, can we continue?
Yes,
ma'am.
Yes. So the next one is SDGs. I think all of you would have heard about this, right? After the UN has given the 17 goals, this has become popularized in all the countries, that sustainable development goals, because we have been talking about sustainability for a long time. People would like to live sustainable, but what happens, we don't know how to. The awareness was not created at what are the areas where sustainability can be done. All these were very gray areas, very shit. So the UN has, after long arguments and debates, after long meetings, they have given the entire world that there are 17 goals. Yes, they are called as SDGs. Okay, so this will help the people to understand what are all the areas where we need the sustainability. Okay, sustainability is not so what do you say, it is a very elite or it is very complex one. Sustainability is very simple. If you are not harming you and the people around you and the earth around you, that is enough. That is the sustainability, right? So you can see, just see the goals I have given. This is the goals given by UN. No poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, decent work and economic growth, industry, innovation and infrastructure, reduced inequalities, sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption and production, climate action, life below water, life on land, peace, justice and strong institutions, partnerships for the goals. That is the last goal, if you see. How to partner and make the goals achievable. These are very common goals, if you see, but everything has a wide implementation plans. We need to do that, right? For example, reduce inequalities. We talk about lot of this discrimination in the starting, but even the developed countries are not able to eradicate that, right? Even though they have done no poverty, zero hunger and all, developed countries are also fighting for these things, reduce inequalities or life below water, climate action. All these things are still a challenge for even the developed countries. We have many, developing countries like India almost have all the goals we have to fight for. So that is why we devise better, very detailed plans on how to attend to these goals, when to attend these goals, right? Affordable and clean energy. You can see this government itself is implementing solar energy system. But the problem, I once heard from a knowledgeable person a quote: today's problems are yesterday's solutions. Right? It's a very interesting quote. Today's problems are yesterday's solutions. Our today's solutions are tomorrow's problems. Both are equal, right? Say, for example, we thought that clean energy, like having electric vehicles or electric bikes, will be affordable. What is the clean energy it is? But then the big problem came that they are using lithium batteries and it is going to again deplete the earth. So today we think we are solving, but we may be bringing a new problem for tomorrow. Yesterday we thought having fuel from the oil wells is better. That is a solution to run the cars. But today we are facing the problem of that. So that is how. So sustainability is, simply put, what you can say is, when you are not harming you, your people around you and the earth nearby you, that itself is enough. That is a sustainability, right? Practicing is will not be a difficult one. Okay, so we complete that and we are moving towards the last part of our. Okay, we have still 10 minutes. So I think comfortably, I think we'll be able to finish and have 5 minutes for discussion if you have any doubts. Right. Any doubts so far in sustainability?
No, ma'am.
It is a big topic actually. You can study more about sustainability. You can practice sustainability also, just to say that. I have been practicing sustainability for nearly 3 years now. Lot of changes I have brought, and chemicals. I don't use chemicals at all for nearly, it is 0% chemical where I live. I used to do that, right? Like, instead of washing liquids or washing the vessels, totally I use only what we create in the home called bioenzymes out of the wastage of what we have. Like soap nuts are there. I use soap nuts and the orange peels for creating. For last, I think 3.5 years, we have not bought any soap liquid at all, right? And hibiscus leaves for like shampoo. There are so many alternates available. Sustainable living is not so tough as we think. So it is why we teach us in the business ethics class, because major chunk of this comes from the business. The wastage or spillage or whatever it is, hazardous wastage comes from the business. That is why that that sustainability has to be taken into the business manufacturing units also, right? But every individual can contribute towards the sustainable development of the entire world. Okay, with that we come to the last topic called Indian ethos for management. This is the perception of how we have been growing and how we have been so far, right from the ancient time. What is the Indian view of management? Because whatever we study, whatever we are thinking, mostly this is from the Western world. All these theories, whatever we have seen, the business ethics theories also, mostly it is from the Western world, right? But what is the perception of India? How India has seen the business ethics? That is what this topic is about. See, what India has to give for business ethics is native wisdom has been given importance. If you take up, right, native wisdom in the case hereditary, what your parents have to give to you, that was taken into that. That is called as native wisdom. There is another one thing called foreign wisdom, right? So foreign management system materials are what we normally use. Indianization and spirituality. These are the things we are going to see here. How Indianization of ethics is happening and what is spirituality that we have donated to the entire world, right? Just I have given you a quote. It is given by Arnold Tony B, who is a Nobel laureate. It is already becoming clear that a chapter which had a Western beginning in business management will have to have an Indian ending when the world adapts rich thoughts of Indian ethos and wisdom if it is not to end in a self-destruction of human race. This is a quote, right? So that is why I thought last topic should be, because he says Indian ending. That is why the Indian ethos has been given in the last side. Okay, right. So what are all the components of Indian ethos? Duties, we call it as dharma, right? Everyone has a dharma. Sacrifice, then team, how we have to work as a team. Peacefulness, self-actualization, self-control, and nature connect. These are the important components of Indian ethos, right? If you properly see many of the culture in India will be following all these things. Right? Any cultural activity, if you see the team is very important, or self-actualization, like Buddha has come from India. Self-actualization, he could be the best person, and so many saints after that. Self-control is taught in the Indian ethos. Sacrifice is a part of almost all the religions followed in India. So these are the main parts, components of Indian ethos. Just to give examples on how Indian ethos are working, you can see that Aham Brahmasmi is a quote which is given in Gita. Aham Brahmasmi means that every living thing has God inside, living in that. Right? So every living thing has to be respected because it is a piece of God. And India has a way of looking everything as a holistic approach. Right? This one you can see nowadays, you see we are gone so far away from it, like, when you have a problem in eye, or when you have a problem in your ear, immediately what we do, we ourselves will decide which specialist has to be seen, and we go to the particular medical specialist. Right? But a holistic approach is, an eye ailment can be a problem of any other organ. A fever can be a symptom of any other organ. Right? When you don't have a holistic approach, you will fail to find the root cause of the particular ailment. Right? That is why general physician has to be seen first. Right? That is a holistic approach. We are going away from it. Karma yoga, that is another one part of Indian ethos, where you say that whatever duty you have, duty comes first. Dharma, and whatever duty you are doing, there is a ethicality in it. You have to follow a dharma in it. Every profession has a ethics. That professional ethics is dharma. Right? Yadum Mure Yavarum Keli. This is a Tamil. This was this was written thousands of years ago. Right? That line literally is translated into, every land belongs to everyone. That means there is no boundaries, there is no frontiers. Wherever you go, it is your place. Whoever comes to our place, it is their place too. Right? Not only for human, for the living things too. If you are accommodative, if you can accept and accommodate all the living things, many of the problems will be solved. We are not doing that. We think the entire earth is only for human race, and that is the cause of destruction. Right? Then again I have a Tamil quote, Thidum Nandrum Pirar Taravara. This is also again written thousands of years ago. That means literally it translates into, whatever good or bad happening to you is not given by others. That means it is you are inflicting the good things or bad things to you. That is the meaning of that. That means take the onus, take the responsibility of your life, take the responsibility of your actions. That way you will be aware that whether you are following ethical life or not. Right? And the last one is harmonious living. This we have evident in many cultures. I'll give you one example for that. I have seen in Kerala, in many of the places, there is in houses itself, houses or hospitals, even hospitals or temples, there will be a secluded area that is called a Sarpagavu. Then they will light a lamp and there will be fence, and that area is indicated for the snakes to live. Can you believe this is happening? This harmonious living. Because there is a lot of snakes in that land. Why to send them out? So what do they? They give a separate space for them. So let them live in that space and we will live in our space. Harmonious living. What could be the better example than this? We are not able to accommodate even a neighbor, human, right? Are you able to follow? Am I going very fast?
A bit fast, but it's okay.
Yeah, I know I'm a bit fast, but is it okay, or shall I slow down my pace?
So, ma'am, is it okay?
Okay, if I slow down my pace, then I'll take till 5:15. Okay?
It's not an issue, ma'am, but it's okay, ma'am. You can go with this pace.
Okay, I'll slow down a little bit. Okay. We come to the next one. So you can see lot of scriptures. I have taken only Gita and Tirukural, but you can take up any scripture for that matter, which gives us a lot of teachings on how to live. Not only how to live, how to conduct even business. It is very strange very interesting to see that many scriptures even say how to conduct a business in very ancient time. So what major things only I have taken and given you? What is that? Understanding and accepting change, which is very hard for the other people, but we are taught that you have to accept the change. It is part of life, right? Selflessness, then fearlessness, devotion, surrender, sacrifice. The surrender is one thing which is very rare. You will not see in many places. Many scriptures will not say. Surrender is one thing which is very unique to Indian ethos. Surrendering is give all the things of you to one person. Spirituality, right? See, spirituality is different. Religious is different. You should know the difference between these two. Then you will understand many things very easily, right? So what all these things, the gist of these things, free from all thoughts of I and mine. That is the peace that comes with surrender, right? So then the teaching, you can do your duty without thinking on the consequence. Very famous quote, right? Just do your duty. Don't worry about the consequence, because when you think about the consequence, you cannot perform your duty properly. If you are not doing your duty properly, you cannot expect your consequence to be better. Am I right? So it's very simple. Just do your duty and continue the work, whatever you are doing. So these are the small things that is given in Gita. I have given in a gist what is in the Bhagavad Gita. So Ishvara, that is who is supreme one, who is taking care. Then Jiva is the next concept where you are a living entity. Prakriti, you have to give respect to the mother nature. Time, the importance of time and the importance of action. These are the major components of Gita, which says that how to conduct the life, how to respect others and how to conduct the life, right? They live in wisdom who see themselves in all and all in them. This is a very deep quote. You just see it and think about it later. You will understand, right? If you can see yourself in others and others in you, that you are also doing the same thing like others, or he is also doing the same thing like I, then you will not find fault with others, right? That is the meaning of this. Okay, so what is Karma Yoga? This why I have taken Karma Yoga only is because this is relevant to the employment and business. That is why I have taken only this Karma Yoga. So Karma Yoga says about your attitude of working, actions, duty, self-care, best effort, acceptance, discipline, calm, and the last one very important, let go. Right? That if you start practicing let go, many of your perils, many of your worries, problems will just like that vanish. Okay, so this is what Karma Yoga teach. You have to understand where you are standing and what is your karma, what you have to do, what actions you have to do, and what actions you should not do, and what actions you should not interfere when other people are doing. Let go. Right? Just I have given an example of that. See the way how they are carrying Karma Yoga, right? Ants are best examples of that. Just doing the duty. I like watching the ant colonies, ant colonies and how they talk with each other. It will be interesting. You see, usually itself, you learn a lot by just watching the animal kingdom wherever possible. Do that, you will learn a lot. Right. So this is also again a slide on Karma Yoga. Same thing what I told need not. And this is another one saying that Nishkam Karma and Sakam Karma. This is also how to detach and be attached. Right. Sometimes you have to be attached and sometimes you have to be detached. Some people are totally this or that. Some people are a little bit here and that, and you can be both. But you should know where you should be detached and where you should be attached, right? This is very useful in your workplace, right? We come to the next one, what Indian ethos says, which is wisdom management. This just before that, when cyber rage comes, I was telling about this, how important the information and the wisdom is. That is why if you take Indian ethos, they will be withholding the knowledge. It is not that they are what do you say, the greedy, or they are self-centered, that they don't want to give the knowledge to others. It is they will be assessing who wants the knowledge and how much they want the knowledge, and that much only should be distributed, because knowledge can lead to many things. That is why wisdom management is one area where we were excelling. By that time we were able to understand and properly manage the wisdom what we had, right? So we come to the conclusion. This is one thing which I want you to see and understand. So this is one famous quote, See, read this. God, grant me serenity to accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things I can, and wisdom to know the difference. That is the part of wisdom, right? Because there are two kind of things in life. One you can control, and the things you cannot control. The one you can change, the other you cannot change. So one, if you can change, you need the courage to change it. And if the things you cannot change, you should have a serenity to accept it. But how to know the difference, which I can change and which I cannot change? There you need the wisdom. If you have the wisdom, then you will get all the things done easily. That is why. And that's why I have given this picture. If you know the history of this one, this is the Hiroshima and Nagasaki, where the little boy, the name of the nuclear bomb they have put there is called Little Boy, where the little boy was thrown into these two cities. And these two people are, this one, Einstein, and the other person, scientist, are the people who are responsible for that, But, this person, I think any of you, if you have seen Oppenheimer, you would understand this. Einstein was able to finish that work. He was able to build that. But he understood, he had the wisdom and he had the courage. So he didn't do that. But the other person have done and has faced the consequences. Right? He should have stopped the invention like Einstein has done. But he didn't, because he didn't have the wisdom to know the difference between what he can control and what he cannot. Right? So that is why I gave that picture to understand that. And again, this is also a part of knowledge and wisdom management, how the management can be done with knowledge and wisdom. Okay, then we come to what is the time? Okay, we are reaching the time. Gandhi and ethics. Other one part is Gandhi and ethics. Gandhi and ethics have two important components: non-violence, ahimsa, and satya. I think I need not explain these things better, because you all know about what is non-violence and what is satya. So what is non-violence? Truth, satyagraha, non-stealing, sarvodaya, celibacy, and character. All these are Gandhian ethics. Okay, he contributed to us all these things, right? So these are the deadly sins, we say usually: wealth without work, pleasure without conscience, knowledge without character, commerce without morality, science without humanity, religion without sacrifice, and politics without principles. These are the deadly sins, he said. So this is the Gandhian ethics. The next one is spirituality. I have already told a lot about Indian spirituality, how India is very good in spirituality and the world sees us as a spiritual nation. Right? I'll give you one example why it is so. If you have seen, that there is a flower called Nagalinga flower. That means the flower itself, if you see, it will be like a Naga and a small Linga inside. So by looking at that, what we have named the tree, Nagalinga tree. You know what is the Western name for that? That fruit of the tree will be looking like a cannonball. In olden days, there will be cannon, and in that the balls of gunpowder will be put inside, and if they burn it out, it will be blasting. So they named it as cannonball tree, right? The perception, how you see. We see spirituality. We see God in every living thing. That is how the spirituality has grown a lot. Because if you see, in many of the cultures, God doesn't have a particular shape or even a human. In many cultures, you can see God is in the form of animals. God is in the form of non-living things sometimes. It's very interesting to see. But only the basic spirituality. Right? So that has cascaded into even workplace spirituality recently. You can see, that's why I told you. Any shop you go in India, you will see a divinity, a spiritual place there. Right? So that is what we call as workplace spirituality. Why this has become a current topic now? Because like the quality, emotional quotient, IQ was the first one, intelligence quotient. Then when it comes to HR, human resource, we started looking for emotional quotient, whether the person will be stable. EQ was tested when you are hired. And now there is one more thing called SQ, spiritual quotient. Because now it is understanding that when a person is having a spiritual quotient, that person will have more emotional quotient, and that will be good for the workplace. That's how it is called a spiritual movement nowadays, right? And yogasana, spirituality, pranayama, all these are traveled into Western countries also, and it has become universal concepts now. And that is why if you say any person who is spiritual, it is seen as he is a stable person. Now that is why spirituality has become important in the Indian ethos that has traveled to West also, right? Okay, so we have come to the conclusion of the topic on time, right? So if you have any doubts or anything you want to share, any feedback, now we can take up 5 minutes, then we can wind up. Any feedback on the PCP classes or any doubts you want to add, this is open, not only regarding to business ethics. Anything you want, you can.
Madam, result is still pending.
What is it, Jinendra?
Result is still pending. It is not showing in my
It will,
student.
if individually you are not getting, kindly send email to DDE help desk.
Ma'am, not individual, for all.
Then it will be published in a week or so. They are batch by batch, they are declaring. It will
I
come.
have already sent the mail to DD.
You need not worry about result for everyone. That will be published automatically. That will come one batch by batch. They are processing. Here, see in DDE here, it is centralized valuation system. It's not territory. Okay. So centralized valuation means it is done in one place, so it will take time. And verifications are very strict here. One by one, it will be verified. Double entry system, double number. It is a very complex process, so it will take time. Don't worry, you will get the result, right? Soon, very soon.
Madam, these PCP classes will be uploaded in Pondicherry University's YouTube.
YouTube channel, yes, usually it is done, but I'm not very sure because I heard that there is a server capacity is getting overloaded. So I'm not very sure. DD classes are uploaded recently. I'll check with the computer center availability of server. Okay, if possible, if it is there, they will upload. But it is not mandate, so we cannot assure that it will be uploaded. I'll check.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
And also, ma'am, regarding the timetable for the second semester, is there any confirmation or any news from?
Sorry, it got snapped. Can you say it again?
Ma'am, about the timetable for the second semester, ma'am.